birthday, but try and do as many as I can. We'll see how many I get done. It depends on how much I end up yapping in between, as per usual. But until then, let's do our quick little BRB for our shitty ads and go brr. Ba, 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 ba. Here we go. Hi, let's go, yuppie. Art time, homework time. Let's get shit done. But hello, River. Hello, Potato. Hello, M. Hello, Mandarin. Hello, Kino. Hello, main character. Hello, Rabbit Man. I think that's all of you so far. Oh, hello, Neil. I almost missed you. And I know, right, dude? It's been 8 fucking months and time go fucking you, man. Time go scary speedy. Time go burr. How'd this song end up sounding like this? How many stages of MP3 compression did it go through for the top end to be so nuked? Fuck if I know, dude. But I vibe with it. It's a good song. Yeah, I think the crunch adds to it. I like the crunchy. It makes me feel like I'm back in like 2006 looking up like a shitty fucking video. It's nostalgic. Hello, Zavasa, and hello, Sigmund. What's up, what's up, what's up? Not late with homework? You're not late with homework. You're good, you're good. Time does go burr? It does, man. It go fucking burr all the fucking time. What's up with you, Forge? Sue's art looks amazing. I know, dude. I fucking know. Do you know what, like, bro, do you know how fucking hard Glass is to render? Like, I was looking at their little, like, process thing, you know? And, you know, you look at the first one and you're like, okay. And you look at the second one and you're like, okay. Look at the third one, you're like, okay. You look at the fourth and you're like, And then you look at the last one and you're like, don't know about that, G. It's so well done, dude. It's like fucking witchcraft. Absolutely adds to the vibe. Just have no clue how you intentionally do it. I know, dude. I know. Like there's just some things when it comes to like music or like art and stuff where it's like sometimes you get a result by accident and you're like, how the fuck would you ever do that on purpose? Everyone did so amazing. Getting really fat with all this art. Need to work out more. I know, dude. I know. I need to start working out. I'm gonna get real fucking hefty on all these high calorie snacks. Someone else is doing black magic better than me. You have a little black magic competition to go on then. Gotta compete to see who's the best dark magician. Like to stick around a lot longer than this, but I have to go do stuff real quick. Be back.
Thick
Okay,
Blair is best
good luck with your stuff.
Nod.
Thick Blair is best Blair. Thick Blair also canon Blair. I do be thick. Hello, Sophin. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day today. Hope the vibes are going good. I don't know how much detail I'm going to be able to put into any like quote corrections with any of the homework today because my hand is a little achy for some reason. I don't know why, but I'll probably be taking it pretty light today. I got my funny little compression glove on. Just got out of an interview at work. I think the candidate is who we're looking for. Ayo, let's go. It's always good to have a good candidate. And we love not having to do more interviews. Elsa, let's go. 7-stream streak, yippee. Seem a lot more chill today, at least. I'm kind of tired today. I'm having a good day, but I'm definitely eepy. I'll be a very eepy fuck today. Also, my medication might have not kicked in yet. I took it like kind of recently. I'm still waking the fuck up. If there's anything I've gained from this experience, it's more respect for the managers who have a ton of interviews. Fair, dude. Fair. Interviews are like, ugh. Like, I don't mind being the person, like, getting interviewed, because then you only have to do it once. But if you have to interview people, like, all the fucking time and ask, like, the same fucking questions over and over and over, that sounds exhausting. ADHD vibes from you? Yeah, I do got the ADHD. I do got that vibe going on. So many rules I've got to follow. Oh, God, I can only imagine, dude. Cause like I know like in like formal interviews and stuff, you're not supposed to mention, oh gosh, what aren't you supposed to mention? It's been a hot minute since I've done a fucking interview like that. I know there's like certain personal information you're like not supposed to ask for. I think you're not supposed to ask about like transportation or something. I don't know. I vaguely remember something like that. Still here? Meds probably not working. We're not disappearing. Exactly. The meds just don't work, man. Got too many voices going on in my head. Got too much going, burr. But yeah, honestly, it's like a 50-50 whether my energy for the day is like top tier or like bottom tier. I think today we got bottom tier energy. I am an EP fuck. Can I ask about transportation because it's relevant if you can work in office? Oh, fair. More about personal stuff? Yeah, I just know that like with here and stuff, like people are usually like advised like not to ask about transportation because it can like not get you the job depending. Because people usually like to hear, yes, I have a vehicle and I can show up to work 100% on time, rather than, I take the bus. I might be 30 minutes late if the bus is late. I only know that as a non-car owner. Blair always gives off bottom energy. Fuck you, I'm a switch. I can go between the two, man. I am not one nor the other. I am both. All right, where did I put my fucking tab mates? There we go. I got it, I got it, I got it. Oh, big yawn. Big yawn, big eepy, big snoozy. I just want to go back in bed. I was also a little sick yesterday, which was like annoying. Because I was like, oh, I wanna play some games. I wanna get some stuff done. And then it's like, no, you feel like vomiting. You're gonna lay down. And I'm like, okay. Okay, buddy. Teeth, yeah. I got little teethies. I can show you my teethies. Teeth. If you share with us, we'll let you have both. You know what? Maybe I'm not in the mood to share. Maybe I'm not in the mood to share. I can have both and keep it to myself. Mention how you had sex with the interviewer's mother shows that you're charismatic. I don't know about the interview's mom, but I did have sex with your mom last night. It was pretty fun. What do you mean by switch? Someone who enjoys both being on top and on bottom when having sexual intercourse. That is the definition of a switch. Someone who switches around between positions. Little T-Spot would do damage. They would absolutely do damage, man. You do not need big teefies to make big hurties. You can ask like any fucking hamster, dude. Those little shits bite fucking hard, bro. I was the interviewer, though. No. Different interviewer. Or was it? Maybe you should call your mom. Switches are meant to be flipped. Exactly. You wanna get the best of both worlds, you know? Thought you were ace? Ace does not mean you cannot have sexual intercourse. It means I don't experience sexual attraction. So I might not see your mom and go, hot damn, but I might go, hey, you know, I might tap that just to piss you off. Though that's half a joke. If we're talking like actually seriously like asexuality and stuff, then the part about not being sexually attracted is true. However, you know, there's many ace people who do engage in sexual intercourse but don't actually feel the sexual attraction to a person. There's a difference between sexual attraction and like physical enjoyment and just doing things for your partner's sake versus your own sake. There's a lot of intricacies when it comes to asexuality. As with anything, asexuality is a spectrum. Exactly. And as I said before, I think I'm probably more on the like demi side, which is basically like I need to know someone like very, very, very well before I'd ever experience like any form of sexual attraction to them. So like I don't really see like celebrities or anything and go, hot damn, I'd tap that, because I don't fucking know them, and then I just don't experience any attraction like that. Shared brain cell, Dusk Bloom? Shared brain cell. We love sharing brain cell. It's energy efficient. But alrighty. Let's hop into doing the homework shenanigans. Because we have some lovely art by Sue. I hope they don't mind being called Sue, because that's the only way my brain can think of like to pronounce this. Also, thank you for the follow, Pep7. Thank you. Alright. What do? where to start, because goddamn, bro went so fucking hard, man. Like, holy shit, this is so well fucking done. The values are so good. Like, I really can't get over the like reflections on the glass and everything, because rendering glass is so difficult. It's so tricky, dude. It's so like, you have to have like a very, very good grasp on like values to render like glass really well. And they did so fucking well too. I am so impressed by this one. Ba-ba-ba. Thank you for the hydrate. No, it's a spectrum. Just didn't know you landed on that part of the spectrum where you don't mind sex. I mean, it depends. You know, I'm not gonna get like into my, you know, sexual preferences with the entirety of the internet. I might be a little sus, but I'm not that sus. Demi, in the sense I can consume spicy material when it comes to real people in front of me, need actual connection. Yeah, exactly. You get it, man. And thank you for the stretch as well. I need many stretches. My wrist is achy today. Many, many stretches to keep wrist nice and healthy. Also, thank you for the follow, EMP Eminem. Thank you. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those. And if you don't care about either of those, that's also A-okay. But welcome in and enjoy your stay. Have a general idea of most LGBTQ terms. As I'm LGBTQ myself, would be ignorant me to ignore other identities and orientations of people in the community that I'm part of. Very fair. I don't ignore people. I know there's definitely like umbrella terms that I'm like less aware of, just because they tend to pop up a little less, but you know, that's just being unknowing, you know, rather than ignorant. I try my best to learn about my community. They're a pervert, but not that much of a pervert. Exactly. Though my pronouns are they, them, not she, her. Alrighty, let's jump into this. I don't know if there's any like corrections I'm gonna be able to do here because it's just very well done, but I think this is like a very good example of like exactly what I had in mind for the homework, which was, if anyone is unaware, the homework this week was to work on observational skills. So a big part of art is obviously, you know, drawing. However, you can also learn a lot about art by just looking, which may sound a little bit absurd, but like a lot of art is like learning to break things down and really notice like very tiny details about things. Because a lot of the time what makes or breaks an art piece are like tiny details either matching up or not matching up. Because like if they're not matching up, then it's just not gonna feel right. But if it matches up, then you're like, damn, yeah, I got this shit, you know? So let's see. I will say my one thing that I wish was done just ever so slightly differently. This is just a personal nitpick. I kind of wish that you used the text button to write the text just because it is a little more difficult to read handwritten stuff compared to text, but that's just a personal nitpick, not an artistic one. Good judgment for my birthday. Happy birthday, Adagio! Happy birthday, everyone. Everyone wish Adagio happy birthday because it's his birthday. He deserve it. We like wishing people happy birthday on special day. And I hope you have a good one. I hope you get a good fucking cake, dude. Or whatever kind of treat you prefer more than a cake if you're not a cake guy. Funny because it's my mom's today too. Let's go. Let's also wish Rivera's mom happy birthday. Happy birthday, Rivera's mom. Congrats. How's it going? It's going good, Victor. How's it going with you? It's my birthday to you, Goober. Happy birthday to you too. Happy birthdays all around. Bye-bye. We love having a good fucking day. Can do, can do, can do. I'll give you a little birthday maxing? Yeah, we birthday maxing. I wonder which day has the most birthdays in our community. Because it's pretty rare that we have a 2 birthday day. But I wonder if we have a 3 birthday day. Been a good day so far? I'm so happy to hear, dude. That is fantastic. Because, like, man, it fucking sucks when you have a birthday and it's, like, actually a dog shit day. That's like the worst fucking feeling, man. It's like, of all the days out of the year, you know, I want people to have just a good fucking birthday. Just a day completely to themselves, about them. Check the birthday bot? I could, but I'm lazy. It was more just a I wonder, but I'm not gonna put in the effort to find out. Birthday's one of the top 10 most common? I wonder what the most common birthday is, actually. Probably September, right? It's probably September from all the, like, Christmas, New Year fucking. Or it would be, what is it? What's 9 months? November? Because Valentine's, maybe? September 9th? That's pretty close to my mom's birthday. I think actually, wait. Did my old friend growing up, I think their birthday was either on the 9th or the 7th of September. Interesting. September 9th is worldwide, September 22nd? Oh, I see. Christmas, New Year, and summer? I'd say less in summer. I'd say less in summer just because it's, like, hot. And I feel like people don't want to be fucking as much when they're, like, already sweating in, like, 40-degree weather. I feel like it's more comfortable and romantic in winter when it's, like, cold and you're like, hey, let's share heat. Though it depends on where you are, too. Because some summers are not that bad in certain places. Should there be a boom for any people conceived in 2020? Probably. France birth peaks between July and September, depending on the years. Oh, interesting. And Southern Hemisphere has flipped winter too? Yeah, exactly. I'm off. Good luck doing whatever you gotta get up to, Rocker. Good luck. And thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it so much. September 16th worldwide? It's in September either way. Specific date doesn't matter too much. On summer, there's a lot of temp couples. Typical trip to somewhere, meet someone and date for the rest of summer. Oh, true. That's a good point, too. Free tips in the title? What do you mean by that? Dude, it's not even sus, bro. It's not even fucking sus. It's just art tips, dude. I give fucking art advice. I'm sussy, but not that sussy all the time. I can be normal as a treat. I love free tip. I do too. I like the free tips when they're the monetary kind. No cost to me, 100 cost to the tipper. Any tips for free inside of band? Oh. Any else seen the skull of a kid? Terrifying how much teeth they have. X-ray? Yeah, I have actually. It's pretty freaky. Haven't been very chatty doing German lesson. Also working in between just to be looking tape. Fair. Good luck with the German. I suck at German. German is not a language I know much of. I know Deutschland, and that's like it. Alrighty, let's get into this. So let's see. So some of the notes that we have noted down is that the top layer of liquid is brighter and more transparent. That's because the top of the liquid is going to be getting like most of the light, and as the light goes like through the liquid, it gets a lot more dispersed. So it's going to reach like the bottom a lot less frequently than the top, which is fun. I fucking love science. Corner edges have highlight shadows. Rest is mainly transparent. So the thing with glass is it's really difficult to render glass because it is generally a very like transparent object or surface. So what we end up usually having to do is we usually have to focus very, very heavily on the shadows and the highlights because there's a lot less like midtones. Like the midtones do exist, but they're more like, they tend to be more like reflections of other surfaces. Because the way light interacts with like both liquids and transparent objects.
Were free.
What was free? Which thing got said thing? Why was thing said? I don't see message. What was I saying? That totally fucked me up. Money tips are good, especially when you know you worked hard for it. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I love, like, okay, I don't like tipping culture in general. However, it is really fun to give someone a really good tip when they definitely deserve it. Yeah, instant distraction. Gonna take a long bath now and go to sleep. Have a good snooze and enjoy your bath. Enjoy getting squeaky clean. Liquid? Liquid. I do love a good liquid. I do love my hydration and my water. Also, thank you for the follow, Night Vanguard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those. And if you don't care about either of those, that's also a-okay. But welcome in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for the hydrate. Okay, where was I? Light reflecting off surfaces. It tends to bounce around a lot in like both liquid and in glass, which is why it can be such a fucking pain to render these things. Because there's no just like easy way to draw glass. Like the best way you're gonna draw glass is like having solid references to work off of, because it's a very, very complex thing. It's the same thing with what's it called? Like gemstones and stuff as well, especially like diamonds, because they're cut in a very specific way so that when light does hit them, that they reflect in a very pleasing manner. Because if you cut like a gem or something incorrectly, then it'll have, it won't look as like pretty and sparkly. How'd I reach 5 in a row? Highest stream streak since I got the feature added. Let's go. I am honored to be your longest streak. Favorite type of glass to draw is frosted, so I don't have to do too much detail. Honestly, fair. Because having the frosted texture makes it a lot less like reflective and, or reflective or refractive? Both? Question mark. But either way, the bumps like make it less you know, shiny, which is a lot easier to render. But one thing I do also love about this is that they did work on a gray background. And the reason this matters is because if we were working on a white background, it would be very difficult to get the idea of transparency without being able to use white. Because if you work on white, then you can't go any lighter. And since highlights are like so important to rendering glass and stuff, we really need something that isn't pure white behind it. So it's a really, really good practice to work on like a mid-range gray. Like either like if we have like black to white and then like 50% here, I'd say like anywhere like within this range is usually pretty good to have. depending on if you're drawing something lighter or darker. Because you want that contrast so that your eyes can like actually like fucking see the thing. Frosted diffuses it more? Exactly. So we don't get those like really, really, really nice bright reflections. Or not reflections, but you know, bright spots. Da-da-da-da. Tipping culture is wild, but I did get that ad. It had 100% AI. It's called Kalshi. It's a prediction market thing. That sounds weird as fuck. I have not seen that. Waiting for Whitest White to come out to prove you wrong since we have the Blackest Black. The thing with the Blackest Black is that it's specifically made to not reflect stuff as much as possible. I don't know how we would do like a perfect white though, because we already do some like really good fucking white pigments. And I think it's easier to make something that like reflects light versus something that absorbs almost all of it. Also, thank you for the follow, Ra Isname. Oh wait, no, that's probably Ra's name. But hello, Ra. Welcome in. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter, Blue Sky, or Patreon, I have all of those. If you don't care about any of those, that's also okay. But welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Also, my tab mate is not working as it should be, which is kind of annoying. I would like my shortcuts to work. Says in the homework, it looks so good. I know, dude. I know. They did an absolutely stellar fucking job, man. Why isn't this working? Might have to disconnect it and reconnect it. Hold up. All the scuff today, dude. All the fucking scuff. Bluetooth and devices. Remove device. Yes. Add Bluetooth device. Tabmate. Connecting. Will you work now? There we go. Yuppie. I like when things work. Hello, Frog. What's up? Called Caustics, the focused reflections through glass water. Oh, thank you. See, that's my weakness as a teacher. I'm not good at knowing the proper terminology for things. I'm really bad at knowing proper terminology. I'm just like, yeah, the sparkly thing. Because at the end of the day, like, words can be useful to describe a very, very specific thing and communicate the exact same idea. However, when it comes just to looking at things, we just need to know that the things look the way they do. We don't necessarily need to know the word. It's good to know the word, don't get me wrong. If you have a better memory than me, please know the word. But my memory dog shit. My memory just go sparkly, bright area. Whitest White would do the opposite of black, aka make a solar flare to the lenses? Yeah, exactly. I think it would maybe be like not good for the eyes. I feel like you'd probably have to like, it would probably be like the equivalent of looking at the fucking sun. People's homeworks are a peak, couldn't find anything interesting to draw in mine. That's okay. Everything is interesting. Everything is interesting for a different reason. It might not seem as interesting to you because you made it yourself, but it's definitely interesting to other people. Also, let me do the funny little ads real quick. Also, I do love the word defenestration as well. My grade 7 teacher taught me the word defenestrate, and it has been in my vocabulary ever since. But all right, let's run the shitty little ads and we'll do a quick BRB and then we'll jump right back in. Ba, 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 ba. Let's go. Let's go. We're so back, yippee. Da, 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 da. Let's see. What was going on in chat while I was gone? Remembering terminology is hard? It is, dude. Remembering the terminology is like my weakest point in terms of like memory stuff. It's always what I like fucked up on with tests. Like I knew the theories and stuff behind things and I could like explain things, but I'd always forget the specific words. We're back. We're so back. Yeah. All right. Where are my shit? How tall are you? 5'2". If you want to know any of my other measurements, they are on my throne. I have my bust size, I have my hip size, I have my height, I have my fucking shoe size. I have it all listed there. Still loving the transition? Not as much as I love it, Savasa. I love it so much, dude. I always get so giddy whenever I see it. I have to break my neck to look at you then? Probably. The feeling is mutual. If you are significantly taller, I also have to break my neck. We can break our necks together. Equality. Still in ads? What the fuck, bro? Why? Why still ad? Been 3 minutes. Twitch, please. Chucky Milk made me super sleepy. Gonna go to bed now. Good night. Fair enough. Chucky Milk also make me ippy. Have good sleep. Rest well, Biome. Do you have David size? I mean, I do have a David. I do have a David. It broke, so I got 3 more. What the fuck, bro? Dude, I fucking hate Twitch. Like, Twitch, could you please not? Could you please work and give my people accurate ad time so they don't get stuck in ad hell? Because it's only supposed to be 3 fucking minutes. But anyway, back to artsy vibes. Okay, so we talked about the highlight on the top of the liquid. And then corners, edges have highlights, shadows. Rest is mostly transparent. Talked about that. Dark shadow gives liquid depth. Kind of touched on that where light just doesn't reach the really low parts, which is why when you like draw like a pool or something, you tend to do like a gradient and have it darker on the bottom because the light does reach the top. But if we think about something like the ocean, for example, you know, the water is only gonna reach like the top portion and then it's gonna slowly like fizzle out. That's not the best brush to show that. And it's gonna like slowly get darker and darker until it is just pitch fucking black at the bottom. So we can see that a little bit, you know, in real life. Not to the same extent, but a little bit. On a much, much, much smaller scale. What about dick size? Ask your mom. I'm 6'3" and a half, 6'4" and a half in shoes, and 6'5" and a half to 6'6" and a half in boots. So yes, I'll be breaking my neck. I wear tiny shoe size. I have small feetsies. Little bit of real life in my art, just a little bit, just a little bit. Lyco's purpose is not enter the abyss. Exactly. It can only go so far until it just fizzles out. Da, da, da. Also, dude, oh, I love that they even touched on the shadows as well. Because like I mentioned, when light enters like glass and liquid, it doesn't just go like down, right? Like if we imagine like light particles going this way, right? They don't just like continue to go this way. They'll like, you know, maybe one might go this way, but one might go like a little this way, and then one might go like here, and then from there, like this one might go here, this one might go here, and this one might go like here. So it like bounces around. And that's why we end up getting the funny little highlight that we see here in the shadow. Because like some of the light just ends up bouncing that way. Obviously, it depends on like where your light source is from and stuff, but it's like, it's just neat. It's just neat. It is a very interesting medium. Light reacts to things in very, very quirky ways. And it's so dependent on the material and stuff. Everyone doxing their heights? Just a little bit, just a little. Only tall one in my family too. Women are 4'11 to 5 inches, and men are 5'3 to 5'6, and then there's me. You are the exception. You are the tall one. Hello, Smurfius. What's up, what's up, what's up? How you doing? Light react to things? The kid named Light. Light Yagami. Good old Death Note. Okay. Bottom edges are very important highlights and shadows to show shape. Just trying to think of things to comment on. Honestly, I still just can't get over how well done this is. Because like, dude, it's just so difficult to draw glass. It's so tricky. I'm just like constantly so fucking impressed by this. But I will say that I think I've already said it like 3 or 4 times, but when it comes to like glass and stuff, the highlights and shadows are just so important. They're so important for conveying the right look. Which I mean, you can technically apply that to like literally anything you draw ever. But with glass and stuff especially, like if you don't get the values correct and you don't include like the correct kind of like highlights, then it just doesn't look right. It's a very hard thing to like bullshit. Talking height, 194 centimeters or 6'4". Jesus, that's so tall. That's so tall, dude. That is like over a foot taller than me. Why do they homework when they're the homework? Ayo. And I also love that we did another version of the glass down here. One thing I will note that I think could be improved upon here is just a little bit of the glass shape. It feels a little not quite 100% circular. So I think it would be like, oh gosh, it's hard to fix. I have my compression glove on. I think the shape is just ever so slightly off. So it's just something to make sure you pay attention to. The shading, however, absolutely fucking hands down perfect. Like, goddamn, bro. I don't think I could do better myself. There we go. Just a quick little touch up. Very, very minor fix. I also love this little doodle in the corner. Let me show it so you guys can see it. It's so cute. Can't believe she gets taken to Santa's workshop every holiday season. Fuck you. Also they, them, not she, her. Tell, but I wish I could stare up at my future partner like that one meme with the guy staring up with big eyes. Boy, do I have a tip for you. Get on your fucking knees. Then you can stare up. You do not have to have a tall girlfriend to look up at her. You can just become short. Looks like a Wildie. I know, it's so adorable. I love them. Yeah, exactly. Sit, boy. Okay. What are the other notes we have over here? Dude, I'm still so impressed by the glass alone, but this one is fucking insane, guys. because there are so many little like tiny shapes going on here. Like we can see that like it has like this little like triangular pattern and it's so like geometric. And I just fucking love how this shit turned out, bro. It is so fucking pretty and I love like the little sparkles and everything too. And I think your values are spot on too. Cause like we got that like transparent vibe for like the actual glass parts. And then like with this part, we have like a good differentiation between like a relatively light gray and like a relatively dark gray. Like maybe you could maybe go a bit darker in like certain shadows, but I also don't know like the reference that you had. So maybe like darker doesn't exist there. But either way, I think you have a very, very solid idea of values. And also it's glass, so everything's gonna end up looking like a little lighter anyway because of the, you know, all the light bouncing around everywhere. Larry's fun size, just a little fun size. Just a little bit. Can you see geometry within the shadow? I know. I love that even like the little bits of like geometry were shown here. Like you can clearly tell that it's from the fucking thing because it has all these little like, not like I guess sharp. They're like soft and sharp highlights. But it is just so impressive, and I love like the variation from like the dark shadow underneath to like the lighter shadow as well. Because one thing a lot of people tend to, even myself, I tend to forget sometimes, honestly. But something that a lot of people tend to forget when they're like shading and stuff is that there's not always just one light source. Like there might be, but also you need to consider like reflected light from like surroundings and stuff, or you need to like consider like the angle and like how the shadow would interact from that. There's like so many things that just come into play when it comes to like where you place your highlights and where you place your shadows and how many shadows you have and which direction they are. And dude, I love this so much. And then as for the actual notes, beams of light go, what's that word? Go into the ground, which I think we did comment on over here. And especially over here too in the darker parts, where there's like higher contrast. And reflections of objects and stray contrast give metal feel. Yes, one thing that's very important when it comes to rendering metal especially is with metal you want it's similar to glass where you want very like dark darks and very like light lights because that gives like a very metallic feel, but when it's paired with like transparency you kind of get that glassy feel instead. That or they can stand on a chair, exactly. But I feel like getting on your knees is a little bit safer, you know? Yeah, you don't want to fall off chair. Light, I couldn't imagine living in a world without light. That would be dark. Oh, if your knees suck like mine, oh, that's fair, that's fair. If you got bad knees, understandable. That's my main struggle right now. Value control is killing me. Value control is hard. I will tell you, okay? I'm gonna tell you the biggest fucking tip ever, okay? I'm gonna like duplicate this and I'm gonna use their art as an example just because it's readily available and easy. However, if we go into edit, I probably have to bring up a window for this. Give me a sec. We wanna grab window capture, and then tone curve. So this is a beautiful thing. This thing changed completely how I approach my art, okay? And again, this is found in edit, tonal correction, and then tone curve. This is the tone curve window. And what this does is it changes your darks and it changes your lights depending on how you move this. So if we move this up here, right? Well, actually, I'll start by saying, this is like the darkest dark, okay? This is like the lightest light, right? So if we grab our values that are like kind of up here in the light spectrum and we drag it up, they're gonna like start getting brighter, right? And if I drag it like all the way up, it'll look like kind of crazy, but This increases how light our lights are. So we can bring it all the way up. And then if we want to make our darks darker, we can drag this like down. Right? So then now you can see there's a big difference between that and this. Well, if my hand wasn't in the fucking way. Hold up. So if you find your values are like off, you can absolutely adjust them. And people will tell, or okay, people won't tell you, but you might look at this and be like, but then I feel like I'm cheating. I feel like I'm cheating. You know, I didn't do the work. You did the work. It's fucking fine. Everyone fucking does this, okay? No one fucking tells you they do this. Everyone fucking does it and they don't tell you. Because it's just fucking second nature to them at that point, right? This is the stuff we tend to do like at the end. This is like the rendering and stuff. It is a tool. It is a tool and not a cheat. Exactly. 100%. But like we can do this, right? So like we can make it like really fucking bright. I'm gonna maybe lower it just a little bit. A little too bright there. And a lot of times it'll be just in this S-curve. You can also do like, you know, fuck around, do whatever the fuck you want. Like maybe that's the look you want. I don't know. But most of the time it will be the S-curve, but also don't fear playing around because playing around is fun. But the other cool shit about this is that we also have, you guys can't see it here, but if you click this little arrow, you'll have the selection of RGB, or we'll have red, or we'll have green, or we'll have blue. And what this does is, I don't usually touch green very much, just personal aesthetic reasons. But if I move this window over so you can actually fucking see things, what this does is, again, this is the darkest dark, this is the lightest light. So if we increase red in the lightest light, that'll make our lights look redder, right? And then if we decrease it down here, it'll get rid of the reds in the shadows, right? So now it's like more of like a grayish kind of hue. And if we do the opposite and make the blues in the shadow and then get rid of the blue in the light, then we get, again, just a completely different feeling just from a black and white image, right? And then I click OK and I apply it. And like, just look at how, this is just one little tool, man. Like I didn't add any color manually. I didn't do any funny little shenanigans. But like, if you struggle with value and stuff, you can absolutely just whip this up real fucking quick, right? What's the setting called? It's tone curve. So you go to edit, tonal correction, and then they'll have a lot of options there. And then you can click tone curve and then you can play around with it. That's so cool. I know, dude. I know. You would not believe how fucking blown my mind was when I discovered it. And it does take a little bit to get used to. It does take a little bit. Sometimes you might like overcompensate or undercompensate for values, but you know, play around. You can always undo it. I do recommend making a duplicate of your layer before playing around with it, just so you have you know, your unedited backup ready to go in case you ever want it. And then something else we can do, depending, is we can also open a menu called Color Balance. Let me grab this. This is Color Balance. This does a somewhat similar-ish thing, but a little different. So you can see we have like shadow, halftone, and highlight here. And this is more for just like really adjusting the colors. So like we could, if we wanted like the lights to look a little more yellow, we could make it a little more yellow here, right? Or if we wanted the shadows to be a little more, even more blue, we could increase like the blueness here, right? And then the halftone, I don't fucking know. We could just play around. Like red, pink. Greens I don't usually fuck with. I don't usually fuck with the yellowish, greenish kind of colors. That's just me. But you can really just like fine tune things here. And then the other one I use, gonna duplicate this again. One last thing,
which again does kind of tie into the tones and stuff, or values, is gradient map. Okay? And gradient map can be like kind of similar to tone curve, just like it's different, but it can be used in like a similar way. So let me grab the gradient map. Say that one more time. What's the name of that setting again? Finally got some paper and pencils. You go edit, and then you go tonal correction, and then you go tone curve. I'll type it out for you. If I can move my fucking keyboard. Edit, tone correction, tone curve. Oh, tonal correction, my bad. There we go. And then gradient maps are fucking lovely, dude. Because basically they work similarly to what we did with the tone curve. However, we can really customize things here, right? So we can make our like lightest lights, like, I don't know, we'll make that like a little bit of a yellowish color. It's not gonna show up too much yet. We'll make our darkest darks like, it's like kind of bluish color. And again, it's not gonna show up too, wait, I don't have the preview on, that's why. That would have helped. But basically, we can like drag these down and like adjust where they come into play pretty much. So we can make the absolute lightest light like pure white. And it's just, this one I find a little bit harder to get used to at first. Until like you kind of like figure out what you're doing. But it does give you like a lot of control over the final product and how it looks. Mm-hmm. And like the really cool thing is that you can get some gradient maps like these ones I have. It might not work very well for this drawing specifically, but basically you can draw things in like grayscale and have the colors like applied to them. And like these, for example, would give like a very like holographic effect, right? Just based on like how they change the values and stuff. But they're very, very, very handy. It's a very, very useful thing to have around. And you don't need to use it on like 100% opacity either. Because like we could just like put this, you know, this is our regular layer. This is just a layer on low opacity over it. And it completely changes the vibe. And all we did was press like one button. That's it. And you could even change like the mixing modes to give a different feeling. That would be on like glow. But it just adds like a little bit of color in there. But yeah, if you struggle with like values and stuff, absolutely please play around with tone curve because it helps so much. Learning to use the tone curve has helped me a lot with like just getting my like eyes used to what kind of like contrast I'm going for. Because both high contrast and low contrast are totally fair. You know, it depends on like what you're drawing and like what the vibe you're trying to get across is. But just use it. It's a very, very, very handy tool. Also, thank you for the follow, Zach Shield. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those. And if you don't care about either of those, that's also okay. But welcome in. Thank you. You're welcome. That's why I like doing these. Because like even if I don't always necessarily have a even if I don't necessarily have like really in-depth feedback for people, I love like going over this kind of thing and like talking about the little like intricacies because it does help like other people. And that's like the whole point, right? The whole point is to A, get people to practice, you know, art in general. B, you know, practice observational skills, which was the point of this exercise. Just paying attention to the little things, the tiny stuff in everyday life. And 3, other people can learn from other people's art, and it's fantastic. Because like there's a lot, because like when it comes to things like this, right? These are things that like maybe you wouldn't necessarily notice yourself, right? Maybe you don't get to look at glass that often. And maybe you don't draw it that often, but then you learn about tiny little helpful things and you're like, oh, next time I draw glass, I'll have a better starting point. Really fun to play with. Thank you. You're so welcome. Enjoy playing with it. It is so much fun, dude. It can, dude, like, ugh. Like what? Ah! I'm trying to think of how to phrase. How phrase word, how English. What's the point I'm trying to make? Play with tools. Play with tool. Because no one fucking tells you about like post-processing. No one tells you how, like no one specifically tells you that yes, you are allowed, you are permitted to play with your image after you're quote done with it. You're allowed to touch it up. You're allowed to give it special effects. You're allowed to play around. It is not cheating just because you didn't have it drawn that color initially. You change your art in ways that it gets you to the end product you want. Use the tools at your advantage. They're there. Good to know. Yeah! And it's something that took me a long while to like understand myself, which is why I emphasize it so heavily. It took me a long time to realize that, oh, the fancy ass fucking artists on Twitter that would always blow up and shit, yeah, they were adjusting the fuck out of their art. They were micro adjusting things and using fancy ass layers after and like using gradient maps or using some like funny little paintbrush tools or using the tone correction or, you know, all the fucking stuff. And no one tells you this shit. Oh. The good art use tools, exactly. That's how they make a thing. They use the tools at their advantage. They use it with purpose. They go burr. Okay, and then I think we have a couple more notes on this one to go over. So objects inside or behind bend to follow the glass seams. Dude, that is such a good detail to notice as well. You'll see this as well if you put like a straw in a glass. So like you'd have like the glass, you'd have the water. This is gonna look not nearly as cool as the fucking art beside it. But like sometimes well, I'm gonna fill that more up actually. So let's assume that's filled with water and, you know, cool and rendered. But it's so cool because sometimes you'll see like a straw like go in this way. And then like when it gets into the water, like it might look like thicker or, you know, thinner depending. I think it's usually thicker though. And then it'll like sometimes like change direction and it's so cool. And one of the really cool things as well is that if you get like a glass straw with the same... I might mix up my terms here, so if I mix up my terms, forgive me, but oh wait, you can't see anything I'm drawing! I'm stupid. Let me repeat that. So like if the straw goes in like at an angle, sometimes you'll see it like reflect at like a different angle, which is super fucking cool. However, if you get like a glass like rod or something that has the same, I think refractive index or reflective index. I think it's refractive. But if it's the same as like the water, I believe, then what's really cool is that sometimes you can have like glass stick into water and then it just disappears. Because it's the exact same refractive index as the water. So it just like treats it as water and treats it as invisible. And it's really cool. It's really, really fucking cool. I really love, like, the thing I love about art is that it also like plays into science sometimes. And it's really cool. Because like sometimes you'll look at something and be like, why does it do that? Right? And it's just so, I love it. And like basically that's kind of like similar to like what we see happening here. Because, you know, this is clearly not the same refractive index as the glass because it is a completely different material and not transparent. But the light gets like bent around like all the stuff. The light bends, so we do not see a solid image as we normally would. It's so cool. It's so fucking cool. Oh. And again, I just want to take a moment to just like really appreciate how well done this was, dude. This was such a good fucking study. Like I'm not gonna lie, man. I should practice more materials like this, but I feel like I would look over to the side, see this, and then go, fuck, nah, I'm not drawing that today. Like, dude, this was such a big fucking commitment, bro. You're so brave for doing this shit. It turned out magnificent, and you should be very fucking proud of yourself. Whoever made it, props to them. That was by Sue. Sue, good fucking art, dude. Fucking the poggers, man. I cannot express just how amazing this turned out. And again, I do love that you include the little like tutorial on shading glass here. So if anyone does want to look over again at this like on their own time, all these submissions will be in the homework channel in the Discord in the homework submission area. So you guys can always look back if you want to look again at this little tutorial for glassy vibes. Da, 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 da. And I especially love the inclusion of the very, very bright highlights that are like pretty much pure white. I don't know if they are pure white. I think they're they're slightly not pure white, but they're pretty close. And in some areas it is pure white. Which again, normally when you're drawing things that like aren't glass or anything, you tend to want to use pure white very, very sparingly. And this is a wonderful way to use it. Like you want it just in those like little tiny areas that you really want to pop. Like what pure white and pure black should be in general, not always, you know, the art is art. It's never and always with art. But in general, you do tend to usually want to use like pure black and pure white very sparingly because they're as dark as you go and as light as you can go. It is not a rule, but just like it's sometimes general guideline. Also, you know, highly dependent on stylized stuff. Because, you know, with like manga and shit, we do use pure black because we're only printing in black. Alright, followed and it said I wasn't. Oh, that's fucking weird. Thanks, Twitch. We love when you're being buggy. Sketch is wonderful. I know. And again, you know, this isn't by me. This one is by Sue. They did an amazing fucking job, dude. Let me just look over their overall notes, too. High contrast, sharp lights and darks. Yep. Edges take priority. Edges are so important because you want your subject to stand out from the background. And if you don't draw like the like highlights on the edges, it's just not gonna look correct. It's not gonna stand out from the background. The contrast will be off. Light bends towards corners, follows the shape of the curve. Oh, that's an interesting point, actually, with the corners. Useful tip. Very low opacity silhouette can help give the feel of a solid object. Also makes it easier to understand the shape. Oh, so that's what they did in this step. It's very, very, very difficult to see. It is like a shade or two different. But you can see that the dark area that they had over here, they lowered down to just barely darker than the background. It is like literally like 1 or 2% darker. But that's a really, really good way to get started with it. And then you just add in your, you know, your shades and then your highlights on top. I have ascended, hopefully in a good way. I hope ascension does not mean heaven. And considering you're still here, I'm gonna assume it's a good way. But again, a wonderful job, Sue. Holy fucking shit. Let me respond to you so you at least know that I went over it on stream. Da, 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 da. And the literal only correction I made was like on the glass. Done coloring my sculptures? Let's go! I bet they turned out lovely. Ba, 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 ba. All right. Let's see. Where is it? Here we go. Da, 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 da. Let me just type up a quick message to them. Even though there really wasn't much to change around. Da, 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 da. Da. Okay, and moving on to the next. Let's go. Let's pick. I'll leave that one a little later. Okay. Because I'm trying to pick ones that have more variety. And then if we have extra time at the end, we can go over ones that might be a little bit of a repeat. Da, 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 da. Did the clock come to claim you? Oh. Dude, dude, it would be so cute to have like a claw machine minigame. Maybe I'll look into that. Look into how to implement that. All right, and next up, we have Art by Volucrum. And what I love about this one is that we have a completely different approach than we do from the last one. So the last one went with a very like realistic rendering style, right? We had a lot of like midpoints and stuff, or midtones, I think is the more correct word. But this one, we're only working in black and gray, which is really, really fun because one benefit of working like this is that you learn to separate your lights and your darks like very specifically. And it can actually be a really good way of learning how to do stuff that does have midtones, because by developing or by pointing out like the dark areas and the light areas, then you can go back in later, for example, and like really like fine tune it. Like if we wanted to do like a gradient on this and like have it go like darker and stuff, then we can. And it's a lot easier when we figure out where those shadows just go in general. Right? So it's a really, really, really good exercise, and I highly recommend doing just black and white studies. Because it is just very good for learning. And maybe I might end up making the next homework like this, honestly. Because I think it would be a very good exercise. Also, thank you for the raid, Fulvia! Thank you! You're playing Sonic Generations? I haven't played Sonic Generations. Dude, I haven't played a Sonic game in a very long time. Oh, wait, no, that's a lie. That's a lie. I played the Sonic Racing. But I don't really consider that like a Sonic game. That's like a racing game first and foremost. It's like Sonic second. But I hope you have fun. I don't know. Oh gosh, when did Sonic Generations come out? Is that like one of the more recent ones? Because I'm not gonna lie, dude, my heart is still with the fucking old Sonic games that are like Sonic Battle Adventure 2. That's just my fucking favorite. I don't know what it is about that first fucking level and like fucking, you know, boarding down the fucking hill, but it makes my brain so happy. It's so nostalgic. Brian gives me Sonic X Shadow Generations. Want to be my childhood Sonic game before Shadow? Oh, fair. When did it come out? Because I'm a fake ass fucking Sonic fan. I do not know like all the games. So jank for the last few bosses though. I have so many evil clips. Dude, the old games are so jank. The old games are so fucking jank, bro. Like with the like I was mentioning, like Sonic Battle Adventure 2. That game is so jank and I love it so much. 2011. Oh my god, it's so old. It's so old, dude. I'm surprised I haven't played that one actually. Most of the games that I have played are like older games. Minus yesterday when I did check out Hytale. Because I did get the pre-order for it. And sorry, I like choked on water. I'm good now. Hope you're doing great. Got a flower for you. Hey, yo, what kind of flower? I like flowers. Flowers are pretty. Wasn't even too old. Had so many homing attacks send me to the stratosphere, and one where I went through the background and was teleported to 2 walls and slammed into me. Send it to you if you like. It was funny as fuck. Please do. That sounds so funny, dude. Please do. Like, I love how janky games can be sometimes. It is so much fun. Especially when you get into like the old like speed running shit. People would just like break the fucking game so much. I did clip, throw it at you, was so confuzzled. No worries, no worries. I look forward to see it. I would be confuzzled too, man. Old game and then clipping out is just like, huh? But thank you again for the raid. I look forward to seeing the clip after. Let me get back into doing Volucrum's homework assignment. Must get dinner? Well, lurk, enjoy our tips. Be learning from this stream too. Let's go! I hope I end up touching on something that you learned from. Fingers crossed. What do you want? Here's a rose and a tulip. Anything else for our cult monster? I do like a good rose. I know rose is like usually like the cliche answer for like favorite flowers and stuff, but I do like a pretty rose. They are a very pretty flower. I do, however, also really like hydrangeas because they're just really cool. Because they change color based on like the acidity of the soil, and I find that really, really cool. It tickles my tism. Okay, and let's go in here. I will give the one feedback that I mentioned last time, right at the beginning, where it is a little bit easier if you do type out your notes. Just to read for like other people, but not a necessity, just a little bit easier. But you like the, I don't know how to pronounce that, Liquori as well, because they're pretty. I don't think I know that flower. Let me look them up real quick. I do not know all the funny flowers. I do! Spider lilies! Yes, I do! Those are actually one of my favorites too. I just didn't know the formal name for them. But as soon as I saw it, I was like, I know that flower. They are also one of my favorites. Those hydrangeas and roses, I dig. I also dig a lot of other ones too, but those are probably the first ones that do come to mind. Gotta eep. Very eepy. Have an amazing day. Keep being amazing. You keep being amazing too, Tsubasa. Sleep well, rest up. And thank you for the stretch, and thank you for the hydrate, and thank you for the head pats. Oh, is it Lycorus? I would have assumed it was Lie or Lee. Ah, and stretch, right. Big stretchies. Yippee. Okay. So let me just take a minute to read these over. Harshad lighting stuff that is laying in my room next to the tablet, soft side light. Trying to block out shades with a large brush first, then create a stronger silhouette. Yes. This word is one of the most important fucking words you will ever experience when it comes to art. One of many, but one of the most important. Silhouettes matter so much, okay? Okay. Silhouettes matter so fucking much. You can convey so much through literally just the outline of something, okay? Like if let's see. Let me do a very quick example. The anatomy might be a little off because I'm doing a very quick doodle, but this is why silhouettes are so important. You can tell so fucking much just by the outline. Because like what we can tell here is like obvious, oh wait, again, off by the side. But what we can tell here, right, is that, you know, it's probably a person. It's very person shaped, right? We can tell that they're wearing pants because there's a little edge right here. We can tell they're probably wearing a sweater or a hoodie or something. I maybe do that. Or I don't know. Maybe they have the hood down. But either way, they're probably wearing a hoodie because, you know, they have little bits of fold. They might have their hand like up or like in their pocket, right? Because of the positioning and angle here. Like you could tell so much and get so much information without including much. And the silhouette will communicate to someone just like what you're going for without any detail. It is such a useful tool to have in your arsenal. If not friend, why friendship? Kind of like how Blair friend shaped. I do be very friend shaped. Thank you for the save your art. Even though it is not my art, I will still save it. But that's why silhouettes are so important. They convey a lot of information. Okay, and then we got bottle has very soft and round edges. I had a fun time seeing where the light is coming from and how it comes off the other edge. Yes, we touched a bit on this in the last one where we were talking about like light like going through and reflecting and stuff. And we get like the outline on the other side despite the light coming predominantly from this side. And it like and it's just working in black and white specifically, it just gives you such a good starting point. Like this can absolutely also be your finish thing, you know? You're not required to put in like midtones or anything, but if you wanted to, it makes it so much easier to start getting into the next stage just by blocking in where your shadows are going to be versus where your lights. Especially once you start getting into like more complicated objects as well. And this one, dude, I love this one. This one turned out so good. I love like the attention to detail with like the thickness of your lines. Like the tiny little highlight here on the edge of the screen, for example, is such a good little detail. I abso-fucking-lutely love it. So the note here is iPhone as a paperweight on a harsh background. Glass is a little bit cracked. Oh, glass is a little bit cracked and refracts the light. Yes. Oh, dude. Oh, it's like when it comes like I know most of what we talked about today has been glass because a lot of it has just been focused on glass. But like this tiny little detail just because what would happen is like the light would like go in through the screen and then, you know, some of it would also go out if it was like turned on. But if it's turned off, you know, light go in glass and then light reflect or refract off the edges here on the sides. And it's such an important detail because like if we got rid of that, like we lose so much information if we remove it. It just instantly feels so much more flat. And like, that's just the addition of like a tiny little line. This is why I try to emphasize that like tiny little details are like so important. Because they really can just like completely change how the piece feels just by adding a tiny little thing. Like a small highlight in the right place will just make everything like come together. And then I love the tweezers. Not much room for soft and subtle fraction since it's reflective. It depends. Okay, metal is difficult because there's so many different types of like finishes on metal. Because if you have like a very, very shiny metal, right? Like if it's really shiny, then sometimes we'll get like very detailed dark bits and very detailed like light bits. So I'm just gonna like wing this just for the sake of explanation. This isn't necessarily a fix because I don't know what the lighting was like in your room, so I can't I can't definitively say, yes, there should be shadow here, or no, there shouldn't be shadow here. And I'm just, completely winging it, so it's gonna be not 100% accurate. But if you do want to play around with like stylizing things, because that's a thing too, right? You don't always have to 100% abide by reality when you're drawing things. If you're doing a study, you probably should a little bit. If you're specifically studying that thing. However, you can also study how to transfer like realism to like your non-realism, right? Your stylized stuff, which is just what I'm pointing out here. Also, thank you, Kajukis! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter, please Skype, Patreon. I have all of those. If you don't care for either of those, that's also a-okay. But welcome in. Hope you're having a good day!
Channel is 18 plus.
Let me just do a quick thing. Let's see. Because, guys, if you do not know, they have wonderful art. So I just had to go quickly grab their Twitter because I wanted to give them a little shout out because they make a very pretty thing and I follow them and I love their art a lot. So let me type out a little shout out. Shout out to Kajukis. And then I'll also link their Twitter if anyone wants to go look at their pretties. But we love Kajaki's art. Kajukis. It's like so fucking pretty, dude. Like let me grab a piece or two so that you guys can see. Oh God, how do I? Oh, this is a good example. Here we go. We got a yearly recap. This is like the best example we could have grabbed. But look how pretty their fucking art is, dude. Look how fucking good they are with colors, man. Absolutely fucking goated. I go feral. I go ah. Also, thank you for the raid, Kajukis. Hi. Thank you for the radio fee. Now you throwing love at me? I am, dude. I am. It popped up. The Kajuki followed you, and I was like, I must shout out. I must shout out because I follow you. I follow you, and I'm like, the world must know. The world must know of your beauty. I fucking love your shit, dude. It make my brain so happy. Like your colors are so good. Also, you were doing art today. Would you like to pay your art tax that you did today? Because I would also love to see whatever you were working on. I've returned to Blur Blur Time that you have. Hello, Sino. Me who was typing you up on my stream, right? But thank you for the raid, dude. Thank you. I am so honored. So much color. I know. Like, dude, your aesthetic for color and composition is so fucking tasty, man.
It is so fucking pretty. I go fucking feral over your art, bro. Just little drawings? That is okay. We love little drawings. Little drawings are best drawing. Like, dude, I'm trying to think like which of these is my favorite here, but it's so hard because they're all so pretty. Like normally I'm so biased towards like red, black, and white aesthetic. But honestly, there's something about like this one that's like tickling my brain. Cause pink and blue is so fucking tasty. Kajou art is just delish. I eat them pixels. Me too, man. I fucking scarf them down. It's like I'm going to a fucking buffet, just one piece after another into my mouth. I devour. I consume. Love pink and blue so much? I could tell. I could tell. Like we got pink and blue here, we got pink and blue here, we got pink and blue here, we got pink and blue here. Like that's one thing I love about like seeing artist stuff is that like you can tell when they have like a little bit of a bias towards a certain aesthetic, and I love seeing that. I love seeing that so much. Cause like I tend to lean towards like reds. I really like an intense red with like my own work. And I usually tend to lean on like reds and blues, which is like a little adjacent to pink and blue, but not quite pink and blue. Also, let me see the art text. Let me devour. These are so cute. Ah, looky. I love how you do expressions, dude. And your color choices are so good. Like, I'm just looking at like your like line art color choices and like just it's so pretty. You're so good at making stuff aesthetic. Too sweet? I'm not. I'm just telling you what everyone thinks, man. I'm just telling you what people like think and then they don't say. Like, God, I love this so much. And then dude, white and gold goes so fucking hard together. I have like one character that's white and gold themed that like I never show off, but I fucking love white and gold, man. It is so like pretty and regal and like godly. It's so fucking pretty. And I love the little crown and everything. And the little airbrushing on the eyes too, to like make it a little like softer on like the cheeks. Is so cute. I love it. Thank you for paying our tax, and thank you for follow, and thank you for rating. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot, and I love your stuff a lot too. Noticing all my little things? I gotta, dude. I gotta. Like the little like highlights here and the little like changing in the like liner. I love everything. And then like the colors on the eyes, like little detail make my brain happy, dude. Like, okay, I do. Like, I am either an artist's like worst nightmare or like their ideal person to look at their things, because I love looking at the tiny things that like people don't normally pay attention to. Like with my own style, I'd be like, oh God, please, I hope no one zooms in and sees like my mess or anything. But like with your style, it's like, it's so clean. It's so clean and prettied up, and I love. It's so good. I scream. I also dropped my tab mate, so I need to pick that up. Because it was resting on my lap, and then it wasn't. There we go. Got it. Okay, let me get repositioned. I have like a very specific way I like to sit. And if I'm not sitting in that like specific way, then it feels weird to do shit. There we go. Okay, we good. Well, thank you again for the raid. Also, you know, of course, if you gotta raid and run and take care of yourself and rest up or get some food or anything, totally fucking fair. Don't want to keep you if you need to rest up. No pressure to stay. But I do appreciate it if you do, if you choose to, but no pressure. I just know I tend to get like so absorbed when I raid into other people, and then I'm like, ah. But again, look how pretty. Look how pretty. Also, can I just say on this one, the shopping cart is so well done, bro. Like doing little props that are like that have so many details is a bitch. But I love the perspective on the shopping cart so much. It's so cute. And the little buns. The art stance, exactly. Go hop off to eat. Yes, please go eat. Devour food. Get tasty thing. Munch. Get energy. Get sustenance. Have a wonderful stream. God, that shopping cart was my nightmare. I bet, dude. I bet. I could tell, like, not because it's not well done or anything, but I could tell because, like, you know, I know. It's the tiny things that are just like hell, bro. Oh, but you did so well on it. You did so well. Let me stretch real quick. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. All right. We're gonna be having an incoming ad break, so let us get that done and over with. And I'll continue to stretch during the ad break, and then we'll come back to doing Volucrum's art. Let's go. And we're so back. Also, thank you for the sub, Sandpaper Dragons. Thank you. You would not believe how funny that message sounded on the TTS. It was just like Blair 11 dance, Blair 11 bounce, Blair 11 dance, Blair 11 bounce, Blair 11 dance, Blair 11 bounce, Blair 11 dance, Blair 11 bounce. It was really funny to overhear. Well, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day today. Hope you're vibing. All right. Let's get back into the shenanigans we were doing. But yeah, when it comes to medals and stuff, again, this isn't a this is right, this is wrong kind of deal, because I know depending on the lighting, especially for medals, sometimes you don't actually get these really heavy shadows, but if you want to mimic it just for stylization's sake, you can absolutely just like add in tiny, really dark like highlights or shadows. It can end up giving the feeling of metallic, even if it doesn't naturally have that. Because this is the part where I mean, like, where when I say that it's important to study reality, but also important to, like, don't limit yourself to reality, unless that's the style you want to go for, in which case totally 100% valid. But you don't have to limit yourself. You can take what you learn in reality and then apply it in fantasy to make things look more fun, right? And like another thing we could even do here is we could also, if you wanted to add in whites instead of just having gray be your lightest, you could even add in extra very bright spots, which is not going to stand out too much on this kind of gray just because, you know, it's very close in color. Would also help if I used actual pure white. But you could absolutely mix that in too, especially on like some edges or something. But again, that would be stylization, not realistic study. And this one was focused on realistic study, but I did want to, you know, point it out just in case. Because the whole point of these streams is to learn stuff. Learn stuff and get practice. Also, another thing you do if you want to imply metal is you can also like add like a little shine sometimes. Not mandatory, and sometimes it looks a little cringe if you like do it, but it just depends on how you do it. Play around, have fun, go burr, break reality. Hello, my favorite Jiggly Blair. Hello, my favorite Jiggly Dragon. What's up, what's up, what's up? Hello, Cryptic Cure. What up? Freaking cutie? No, you. No, you. Okay, so that's the main thing over there. And we can see like how much of a difference just like faking it till we make it with the shadows makes. Like it just makes it a lot more visually like interesting. Again, not mandatory though, totally optional. Do you have tattoos? I have one singular tattoo. I have one. I have a tiny rainbow tattoo on my ear. And by tiny rainbow tattoo, I mean literally tiny. It's like maybe an inch big. And it is literally just, let me do a new layer. It is literally just a red line, an orange line, a yellow line, a green line, a blue line, and then a purple line, and that is my tattoo. It is pretty much as small as this. It is tiny, teeny. Get tattoos in the future, totally not gonna get an addiction from it. Dude, I want more tattoos. My thing is A, expensive. B, I'd want to make sure I get like a really good tattoo artist because I'm very picky. C, I don't know what the fuck I want. Like, I know I want more tattoos, I just can't decide. Like, I'd be I'd be low-key tempted to get the fucking markings on my design, not gonna lie. Very tempting. Inch is actually really big? Really? I'd consider an inch like pretty small. Also, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And stretch. Tattoo probably has a lot of personality. Yeah. And it has personal meaning to me. I got it with a friend. We both got our first tattoo together and we got the same tattoo. Which normally I wouldn't recommend, you know. Usually you don't really want to get matching tattoos with people. But life's short. Life's short. It was a tattoo I liked. It was a tattoo I knew I'd like if I ever even had a falling out with them or anything. So yeah. Just think about your tattoos a bit. Think about your tattoos before you get them. They are very permanent, and if you don't want them to be permanent, it's very expensive and painful. So decide on your things very carefully, and please, 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 for the love of God, the most important thing, go to a reputable artist. I don't give a fuck what you want to get, go to a reputable fucking artist. Don't go to a fucking, like, cheap-ass person who's doing, like, horrible quality shit. Please research your artist. That is, like, the most important step. Because if you go to a shitty fucking artist, there is a higher chance of getting an infection or something. There's a higher chance of, like, your tattoo ink, like, blowing out, like, if they go, like, too deep, right? And, like, just please research your artist, please, please, please. And, like, honestly, maybe even if they post, like, who the clients are that they have, like, online, like, if any clients are, like, open with it, I would honestly even just, like, crawl into their DMs and be like, hey, like, I saw you got tattooed by this person. I just want to know, like, it's been a year. How is it, like, held up? Did you have any problems with them? Like, was your appointment good and stuff? And if they say, like, yeah, I'd be like, okay, thank you. I think that would be a totally acceptable reason to, like, reach out for someone, because no one wants a shitty tattoo artist. That shit is on you for life. If you're going to pay a bunch of money for some art, that is the time where you invest and you research and you wait a little bit longer to make sure it is the artist that you fucking want. And I say this as someone who, like, did at one point want to go into tattooing, like, as the artist. However, I did not end up doing that because I had the realization that I hate doing line art, and tattooing is basically all line art. It is very, very clean work, and I am a messy worker. I also dropped my tab mate again. Oopsie. The ones that come with the bubble gums. You know what? You can get as many of those ones as you want. Also, if another good thing, before I get back into the art things, just because I am on a tattoo tangent right now, there are also, I don't know of any companies off the top of my head at the moment. I know there was Inkbox. I don't know if they do custom stuff though, but like, if you can find, like, a temporary like tattoo that's, like, similar to the one you want, I'd say it's a good idea to get the temporary tattoo and try, like, wearing that around for a while. One of the good quality ones, preferably, because they just look nicer. Like, Inkbox uses, like, a special kind of ink that takes a little bit for your skin to get rid of, which is kind of neat. But yeah, experiment with, like, a temporary tattoo in the placement that you want, and then, like, see if you're happy with it for a while, and then you can full on commit after, because once you get the tattoo, there's no take backsies. Again, unless willing to spend a lot of money and endure a lot of pain. I was about to go to a Farmer John down the street and get his ink dip pitchfork. And dude, that would go crazy. Could you imagine getting tattooed by a fucking pitchfork? That'd be awful. Don't be the lady who got their exes weighing on their shoulder as a tattoo, unless that's your thing, I guess. But yeah, would not do that. Would not do that. Just hold still, exactly. Okay, let's move on to touching up more of these. So we got the old mouse. So where's the light bright and dark enough on a dark surface to not be fully dark? Blocking out the shape was the hardest of it. It is difficult when you're working with a very, very dark object. Dark objects are really difficult to render, I find, at least in my experience, because, like, for example, if the Okay, let me put in pure black, let me put in pure white, and let me put in 50% in between. So like what's really tricky is when you have like a really dark dark thing. Like this is 13% light. So it's very, very dark, this shade is. So it's really hard to like shade something like this because you can only go like 13% darker compared to like what is it, 87% lighter. Like you can shade with highlights on a dark thing much easier than you can shade with shadows. So highlights end up coming like the most into play when you're working with a dark object, while the opposite is true for like a light object. Just because you have like more range. So it's easier to like show the form of like a sphere on this through well, you know, you still include some shadows, but you just like gotta make sure you get your highlights right. And then again, the opposite would be true for a light object, where you would focus a lot more on the shadows with a different brush, probably. Just because when working from pure white, then we have, you know, the entire rest of the fucking value spectrum. Which is hard to see because I am working on a, you know, very bright surface. So there we go. A little more visibility. Da-da-da. But I really love how much of the form was like expressed here. I love it so much. And we even got like the texture on the wheel included too. And I also love the detail on the cord. I love the little detail bit here. Because again, it's the tiny details that matter. Because like they could have totally just, you know, they could have just made this like the outline. They didn't have to include the little lines here. They could have did that. But including the little bit there just gives it so much more of a better texture. The devil is in the details. Also, I love this one, a spare knob. I don't know what kind of knob that is. Knob on my keyboard, that's pretty loose. Reflects and has very smooth edges and surprisingly round shadow. Ooh. Dude, the part I love here is I love these like really like curvy parts on the shadows. Because that really gives like the implication that it's like smooth. It's just very, very curvy, very almost liquidy without being liquidy. Da, 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 da. And it's also a very simple object, so it's really hard to include like too much detail there. Especially when working with black and white. But I love these so much. And again, like, as I mentioned when I first started commenting on these, like, if you do decide to work in more than black and white, then this is still an amazing fucking starting area. Like, again, if you wanted to start adding in more values after this, it just gets easier once you block out, like, the first necessities. Like, if we wanted to do, like, a reflection on the screen, for example, we could do that so fucking easy. You just overlay it a little bit, right? Maybe lower some opacity, and then wham bam, we have it even more detailed. Like, the best way, in my personal experience, you know, everyone approaches things differently, but I find the best way to approach, like, anything, like, literally drawing anything you can think of, is to start as fucking simple as you can. So literally, don't overcomplicate it. Work with just your shadow, just your highlight, cut those out. When it looks good at that stage, then you can start adding in extra stuff and really, like, get into it. Like, we could do this. Like, maybe if we wanted to, we could do... Give me a second. Filter, effect, or render, Perlin noise. Here we go. Because, like, you can always add, like, more details later. Like you want to give something a little bit of a cool texture, you can add that on later. You don't have to worry about it in the beginning steps. Take things in baby steps. Go one step at a time. Be like, okay, I got the general idea down, and now I can start going for things in between our lights and in between our darks. Trying to figure out a tattoo to get? Me too, man, me too. I have no idea what I want to get next. Prefer the temp one more because I can keep changing it. That's my issue, dude. That's my issue. I can never think of something that I like 100% want to keep on my body forever other than my tiny little rainbow. I like my little rainbow. My little rainbow makes me happy because it's really tiny. It's really easy to hide if I wanted to. I could just put like some concealer on top and then no one would ever fucking see it. And I like it a lot. And I can even just hide it like behind my hair. Like most people never even fucking notice it. Gonna get Berserk logo as a tattoo. Celebrate finally finishing my degree. Let's go. I bet it's gonna look so sick, dude. I just really want tattoos, but I can't decide on anything. Like I have so many ideas, but I can only put one thing in one area and I can't change it later, you know? So it's so hard for me to decide. I've always wanted like it's a vague idea, but I've always wanted like something like on my back. I've always wanted something on my back and then like something on my like underbust, like under my boobs. Like in the area that a lot of people get tattoos of, like after they get like top surgery, that kind of area. Which I guess I could just doodle. Let me close some canvases. Like if I were to draw abdomen. Like I'd like to get like tattoos in like this area. Because I think those look pretty. And maybe something like right here too. I don't know. And then like on the back, I don't know. Dude, if I had like unlimited funds, I'd probably be covered, honestly. They're like a dragon? Yeah! When I was little, I actually wanted like a full dragon tattoo on my back. But I could never decide on like which kind of dragon I'd want, was the issue. I'd probably end up going with like, it's a very vague statement, but like an Asian kind of dragon. The ones that are like long. I don't know like the exact which culture I'd want to go for, but you know, long dragon. Kind of looks like a goose. Goose dragon. But I think I'd want one of the wormy looking ones rather than like European dragon where it's a big chunky boy, like a big chonk. Kind of looks more like a llama, but that would be Harper. You can temp tat pen your own. True. I could. Maybe you know what I should buy? This is another great idea if you want to experiment with tattoos. Especially if you have like either A, an art friend who is willing to do it for you, or B, you can do art yourself. But you can also look into doing henna, which is really fucking neat. You can only get one color from henna though. You can only get like the yellowish, orangey, kind of brownish color, and it interacts a little bit differently with different colors of skin. And never go for the black one. The black one is fake. The black one is not fucking real. It is very toxic. Please do not get anything other than actual 100% real henna. Just as a thing. If you get the fake shit that is like literally full of chemicals, and I'm not just like fucking around and saying that, it can actually like burn your skin and it's very bad for you, and do not get. You can also be allergic to henna, so you know, do a test patch as well. And do that with anything really that you put on your skin. Do a test patch just to make sure you're not allergic, and then you'll have a better time. But yeah, henna's really sick. Henna's really fucking cool. Use permanent marker, probably not the best thing to do. Not the best thing for your skin. I've done it before. Would not advise though. Think that maybe I can consider giving you a shot for making me an emote? I wouldn't go to me for emotes. I can, but I would say other people would be better at emotes. My strength is more in illustration rather than emote stuff, I find. I also don't enjoy doing emotes that much, so you'd probably be, again, you'd probably be better off finding someone else. Not to, like, shut you down, but I do legitimately think they would do a better job than me. If you wanted, like, pixel art, that would be, like, a different thing. I'd argue I'm pretty good with pixel art. But I'd say emotes are not 100% my strength. I still could, but I'd still advise you go to someone else, probably. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm flattered. I'm happy you like my art stuff, but like even if I had the spare money, I would probably commission someone else for my emotes. Gotta be careful when doing anything with temporary ink on your skin. Don't go ham. Always test first for sure. Exactly. And there are, like, again, if you do want something that's like darker and not like a henna, there is the stuff from like Inkbox that they use a different thing. I think it's like derived from like a certain kind of berry or something. I don't know, I don't remember exactly, but they do have like a different kind of dye that does last a while and doesn't like wash off. It's pretty neat. Da, 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 da. Okay, then let me do this. Let me send this off to Vellucrum. Then we can move on to the next one. Da, 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 da. We'll send that. Main note is to remember you can totally break reality when shading just for funsies. Main example on the tweezers. Though the point of the exercise was observation from reality, so this is more so just a note and not necessarily an improve on this for this specific homework. But I love how these came out so much. Okay. And next. Who do you want to go next? I think we'll choose Zavassa's next. And I love Zavassa's. I specifically love what Zavassa chose to draw. Also, thank you for the save your art. Thank you. It is not my art, but I will save it. Okay, and then this one, we have Zavassa's. And I love these so much. I specifically love the plushie. The plushie is so cute. And also, my favorite detail is the scribbled out car. And the correction of cat. I love that so much. Oh, God, I love this so much. I also, again, you know, the two nitpicks I had with the last one. Thank you for using text for the notes. Thank you for using an actual font. It is much easier to read when it's an actual font. There's nothing wrong with doing hand printed notes. There's nothing wrong with it, especially for your own studies and stuff. Totally fine. For me, it's just easier to read printed fonts. I can still read the written ones, but type just a little cleaner. And one of the first things I notice here and that I really love is I adore how they did the shading on this one little line here. I know it's one line, but getting that line right just it gives you such a good fucking like idea that it's like indented. And I love that they changed from like really, really dark here to like lighter over here. I love that detail so fucking much. And I also love how like super clean your silhouettes are as well. Like we don't have any, we don't have any big scribblies like this, right? Absolutely stellar fucking work. Bottom part was cut off, so I thought it was a hand puppet. Very fair. I'll have to go because I'm being summoned to DVD again. Take care. Good luck with the DVD. May you survive. I wish you luck. Free tips en esta economía? Sí, en esta economía. I don't know how to say free tips en español, though. Sure you don't want to scrape my data first? I'm sure. See. You want to know the how you're paying for these? You want to know? It might be free. However, I get to turn it into content. That's our exchange. I don't give a shit about your fucking data. You can keep that shit. I just need to use you guys for fucking content. That's what I need you guys for. Consejos gratis? Ooh, okay. I'll try to remember that for the future. Consejos gratis. Chaca. And I assume gratis is the free part, which will also be useful for other sentences. Our text and content, huge combo? Exactly. Love you too, mwah. But yeah, you can keep your fucking data. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff. I don't need that. I just need you guys to show up and yap with me, and that's all I need. But one thing I'm probably gonna keep saying like one thing I love. That is just a sentence part of my vocabulary. But I love the focus on the very, very rounded shading here. Because the way that you shade something very, very, very much matters. Like if you use very soft shading, you're gonna give the implication of something that has like more of like potentially, because it can either go like reflective or like matte. But if you do like very soft shading with not very harsh highlights, it's gonna feel less shiny. Because like if we sharpened these up and made these highlights like very, very bright, then we'd start getting more of a traditional like kind of plasticky feeling, right? And just by changing this, we would change the feel of like the entire material, right? Especially if we started, adding in like extra details in other places or something. But like sticking to just the not super shiny highlights gives it like a matte plastic feel in comparison. Also, thank you for the stretch, Raga. Thank you. And also another really good detail that we have included here is the soft shadow underneath, actually. Because this would be considered something like a cast shadow, which is basically what happens like if we have a light source. I need to lower the stabilization on that. If we have a light source and it goes down, and then we have an object, right? Then the object on the ground will cast a shadow. And that's the kind of shadow that we see here. And one thing that's really important for this is that the further away the object is, the softer the edges around the shadow are gonna be, right? And a great way to show this example is if we have like something at an angle. Like touching the ground. We'll assume like this. We'll assume this is the ground. So if we have like the light shining on something like this, then the shadow it's gonna cast is going to start like really harsh here, but then it's gonna like fade out. And it's gonna get like softer and more blurry the further away it is. But it's gonna be darker more towards the bottom because less light escapes that area. So I love the detail of this part of the shadow being like very, very soft. And then I love this so much. It's so cute. I'm a sucker for any cute little plushie with beans and stuff. Oh. But focusing back on shading, this is another place where like if we had like soft shading, it would, or if we had hard shading, it would completely change the vibe, right? Because giving like a softer shadow implies that it's like it's curved, because if we have like a harsher shadow, it's usually from like straight edges or from like cast shadows, right? Like right here, it tends to be a little bit harsh before it fizzles out for the same reason that we mentioned with the lopsided example. And then let's see. I also love the little focus on the wrinkles here too. Because again, if we went like very harsh with these, it wouldn't feel right. It wouldn't feel as soft. It would feel much more sharp. So you really, really, really want to pay attention to how soft or how hard the shadows are on the things that you want to draw. You can absolutely break that rule and stick to just one for like stylistic reasons, like we saw with this, this entire thing by Volucrum, right? Where we have specifically just one style and we stick to it no matter the material. Though we didn't really have a soft material example here, actually, but there are other ways to mimic softness if we wanted to. One thing that also could help, I don't know the texture of this specific plushie, but if the plushie does have like some kind of like fuzziness to it, like even just like a short felt, you could also break up the shadows just a little bit with some texture. I don't know if that's how this specific plush is, because there are some like plushes that have like a very, very, very not visible texture. Sometimes they are more smooth, but if you do want to, just like adding in just a little bit of like dots and like lines can give the implication of that like texture there. You can even do it with like the patches and stuff too. It doesn't have to be like just on the shadows. Like if we just do a little bit of this, then you can see how it just completely changes how it feels. But it could also be like a smoother material, so this is just in case it is the same kind of thing. You could even do it on the outside of the entire thing as well, which I won't do, because that would take a while. But just like doing it over here, it looks a lot fluffier. And I might just do it on the top of the head for funsies. And we don't have to do like super detail, be subtle with it. Not everything needs everything to be hyper detailed all the time. But just doing that will make it feel cute and fuzzy. If that's the kind of texture it has. Or you could even just add it in for funsies too. So again, today was just focused on observational stuff. So if that didn't exist, then good job on not including it. Also, one thing I will note, again, no idea what your actual plushie looks like. However, with the paws and stuff, if you did want to, because there's a few ways paws are included on plushies, and I don't know which method they went with. I personally like embroidered details usually, which an embroidered like paw would have like a little bit of a line texture to them if they were embroidered. But they could also be the ones that are like ironed on as well. Some Squishmallows have like little no fuzz. Exactly. That's why I said like this is totally like optional depending on the plushie. Because Squishmallows absolutely do not have a big fuzzy vibe. But you can also just add the fuzziness in for funsies if you want it to look more fuzzy, you know? You can break reality. You can change things just to make things look more fun. Also, thank you for hydrating. Thank you. Wanna hug it? Me too, dude. Me too. I want the long cat. We need a long back cat. That would go so hard, dude. I might look into doing that in the future. Long back cat would be really cute. But we want to do regular back cat first. And even before that, I want to do me plushie and then mini bat cat. And then if that does well, we can do like big bat cat. And if that does well, we can do even bigger long bat cat. Okay. And then this one that we have is a ring. Okay. Let me think. I think this is done really well. I feel like one thing that might have helped a little bit would be maybe including a shadow. Because I feel like, well, I guess it depends. Never mind. If the light, well, I was gonna say maybe the shadow like wouldn't be visible at this angle if the light is from this direction. Like you might get a little bit of it like here on the cast shadow. Let me try that again. Like you might get a little here. But you know, the detail, the part in question was the reflection on the ring. And that was the main part of the homework. So I'm not gonna, you know, criticize not having a shadow here too harshly. But it can help just give like a little nice vibe. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that's just like extra if you wanted that included. But since the focus is on the highlight, I love that little detail. Because the thing that tends to matter a lot when it comes to art is like we could totally, you know, art-wise, right? If we're drawing like stylistic stuff, right? We'll doodle like a little finger, right? Da, 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 da. So we doodle tiny finger, and you know, when we draw anime style, we tend to just kind of draw a ring like this, right? A lot of the time, just because it tends to be easy and it's usually a minor detail that people don't pay too much attention to. However, if you want to go more realistic, you can, you know, add that little bump there because it is a 3D object. It's not skin tight. And even stuff that is skin tight, if it is layered over the skin, there does tend to even be like a tiny bump. But we could do that. And once you start like noticing the details even more, then you end up realizing that the ring isn't just like a 2D paper ring, right? Like if this is made of paper, it's like this. Also, sorry for extra janky drawings today because I'm wearing the compression glove, which I find like fucks me up. But that would be like a paper ring. However, a metal ring in comparison, or any other kind of like thicker material, will have like that extra thickness to it, right? And making sure you pay attention to like the tiny details, like how thick something is, can help a lot with you know, making things realistic. Does Becca have a voice? Talking long Becca would be fun, like those long Furbies. Oh my god, that would go crazy, actually. I don't think I know any manufacturers that would do a voice talky thing, though. But Batcat can speak, but Batcat cannot speak in Batcat form. Batcat must change to a different form to speak. They must shift into one of their human forms before they can actively communicate using language. They do not have the anatomy for voice. They only have the anatomy for squeak. Kind of looks like a Band-Aid when it's flat. Exactly. And even then, if you do want to draw like a Band-Aid, it's really helpful to remember that even Band-Aids aren't flat, right? Like if we look at a Band-Aid, right? This is like the general like outward shape. They usually have a tiny little bump in the center where that like extra fabric is. Tends to go like that. And then sometimes it has like that little like circle texture. I don't remember what it looks like though, so I'm just winging it and making it up. But even Band-Aids tend to be a little bit 3D in some parts. And these are the things that will like really like, I'm not gonna say like make or break your art, but it's things that'll like really just give it like that sense of like reality, right? It's a really, really tiny detail that can add a lot to like the immersion of your piece. Think my brain's proper fried from rigging now? Understandable, dude. Under-fucking-standable. That's literally me whenever I touch fucking rigging, bro. Like, holy shit, rigging is a whole fucking thing. Hello, dear Blair in chat. Sorry I couldn't come earlier. How are you today, my dear Steven? I'm doing good. How you doing, Kex? Also, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I need to refill that bottle. It's empty as fuck. Staring at the little squares until they're smooth? Yeah. But I love this because, like, again, you wouldn't get this, like, reflection on something that doesn't have, like, that third dimension to it, right? That doesn't have that width. Well, you would, I guess, but it would be, like, it would be different. It would be different. It would be similar to what we saw in this one, where it would just be, like, a very, very thin line to, like, show that it has a bit of thickness, but it's not very thick. But meanwhile, the highlight here like really emphasizes that we have that thickness there. And especially over here, where we get the highlight on just the edge of it, but not necessarily the top of it. Because this is where like all the light is like getting caught and like refracting like back at the like viewer's eye. Because one thing I noticed for me, like because I was sitting down, oh gosh, where was I? I think I first noticed it unironically when I was like taking a piss, dude. Because I was like staring at the metal like towel rack, right? And like the thing that's interesting about highlights is that highlights change, but they change on like where you are. Like they change like if the objects move, but they change if you move too, right? Because like at a certain angle, like if we make shit up for a second, we can assume that like maybe the light gets really bright right here because it's like reflecting back at us, right? And our specific eye right there. But like if we move like to the side, for example, it might end up moving the highlight this direction, or if we move to the other side, it might like move the highlight in that direction. And it's really interesting how like highlights and like shading and stuff change a lot depending on like where you're positioned. Right? Makes me think when the metal has some extra shine from the oils on the finger. Oh, that's a good point too. That's That's another really good way to make your stuff like fit in with things, because like we can, if we buy a brand new fucking ring, right? It's gonna look a lot different than a ring someone's been wearing for like the past like 100 years, you know? Depending on how well they take care of it and stuff, but you know, most likely, you know, if it's an older ring or something, you know, you might have, well, depending on the material, because some materials are more durable, but you know, deal with me for a second. But you might end up having like a little like ding or something like here, like a really subtle like dent. Because I don't know, maybe you fucking banged it on something when you were being like super careless. Or you might probably have like a tiny highlight too. But like that's a great way to just like really give a story to what you draw, right? And like, for example, you know, if this is an old ass fucking phone, right? Or the person is like super clumsy, then we could add in like even more like cracks, right? And it's like just adding in those tiny details of like wear and tear, like tell a story in itself, right? Like this tells a completely different story than this, right? This is like, oh, it's someone who takes care of their stuff. This is like, oh, this is someone who's like clumsy and, you know, maybe they got it even secondhand. Maybe they're poor. They could only afford like a half broken one, right? So it's like including tiny details like that are so good. And like it was you bringing up the like oils from the finger that got me on this tangent, because that's also like an important thing of like wear and tear. Like your stuff doesn't need to be pristine, right? If your character's totally a pristine kind of person and like only wears like ultra clean stuff, totally fair. However, you know, if they're like a bum in the middle of the city, then their stuff is like probably stained. There's probably like tears and stuff, you know, their wardrobe is probably mismatched because they probably can't afford stuff, right? And it's these kind of things that like really make a big impact on the feeling of your art, right? Not necessarily the accuracy, but the feeling. And the accuracy too, depending, but you know. Apart from the fact that I didn't get home until 8 today, kind of, well, let's go. Though that's a late day, dude. That's a late day. I only like woke up like a little bit before 4, which is better than waking up at 5 like the other day. It's slightly better, ever so slightly. With metal, the blinding highlight is due to a single angle light against the surface being so shallow that it gets reflected completely, called total internal reflection. Oh, I didn't know that's what it was called. I just know that it happens sometimes. I love learning new terminology. I probably will not remember it, but I'll remember that it at least has a name. I want to look into it more because I love learning that kind of stuff, dude. I love learning the tiny little thing. So total internal reflection. I'll try to remember that. That's just an iPhone fucking real, honestly. Dude, I'm pretty good at not breaking my stuff most of the time. But my old iPhone is definitely cracked to hell and back. And the funny part is I know I have a replacement screen lying around somewhere. I just never bothered to replace it because it's a fucking pain in the ass and I was not up for it. And oh God, I think this is probably a worse admission. So about a year ago, I accidentally cracked the screen on my tablet, right? My art tablet. And I did order a replacement. I still haven't replaced it and it's been like a year. I still haven't replaced it. I've been drawing with a crack in the middle of my screen for the past, like, year. It's only on the screen protector, though. It's not on the actual tablet. But there's been just a very tiny crack there for a hot minute. The thing is, though, I can't notice it when it's on. I only ever remember it exists when it's, like, off, because then I can, like, actually see it. But it's not a super bad crack. It's like one going like kind of through the middle, but you really can't see it like looking at it. And like even like dragging my nail over it, I can't really tell where the crack is either. No way, they just draw my old ass mobile. When the mechanics rainbows have that cause it to appear on the opposing view to sun. Oh. I never thought about that, actually. Rainbows are freaky, dude. Rainbows are fucking freaky. Like, I know the kind of science between them, right? You know, a light go on funny water drop, light gets separate into different funny, you know, colors. But it's fucking magic, dude. I don't fucking care. That shit's fucking magic, dude. Rainbows, poggers, mind breaking. Rainbows are fucking cool. And then, oh, dude, what's even cooler about rainbows is that if you're like really, I think it's if you're really high up, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure if it's when you're really, really, really high up, like I'm talking like plane high, right? And then if you see a rainbow, it's actually a circle rather than like an arc. Let me see if I can get like a quick example because it's really cool. How's it happen that you crack your tablet? I accidentally knocked it off my table one day. I didn't quite have it positioned on my table correctly, and then I moved, and then it fell, and then it cracked, and then I was like, fuck. So, oopsie. That's why I'm scared with my new Nothing 3, since I know how iPhones are. It doesn't look durable, which makes me scared to use it. Just use your screen. Make sure you get screen protector, and then you're probably golden. I've never crack the actual screen of any of my devices. I've always only ever cracked the screen protector. They have done their job. Also cases. Cases are your goat. Get a good fucking case that like actually fucking protects shit. If you're gonna invest in a fucking expensive phone, then you might as well invest like $100 into something that protects it, you know? Circle rainbow from plane. Okay, no idea if this is a real photo. Hopefully it is a real photo. But like, look how fucking sick this looks, dude. Look how sick a rainbow looks from if you're in like the fucking plane. It's so cool. Need about 15 degrees of vision below the horizon line. Oh, that's a fair point. Angles. So it also works on mountaintops? Yeah, you have to be just really high up. No idea how I'm supposed to find the leprechaun then? Clearly the leprechaun is right here, right? Right in the center. That's where you're gonna find them. They want you to think they're at either end, but they're secretly hiding in the center. That's where you're gonna find them. That's why you never find the gold. It's always right there. Because by water droplets, so there isn't a pot of gold, so much gas wasted. Dude, I have like one very vivid memory of seeing like a rainbow with my dad when I was a kid. It was a pretty fucking rainbow. It was really vibrant too. Basically the opposite of a halo around the sun or moon. Best bit of a rainbow is that its darkest spot is between the first rainbow and the second one. Oh, true. We do get it a lot more vibrant like right here. But I also love that we also get double rainbows. Double rainbows are so cool. Actually see it really well here. Yeah. And like this is another thing where it's like where the homework that we're working on like comes into play, right? Because this would be like observational skills, right? The observational skill here is that like the red and yellow and stuff is a lot more intense than the very, very weak and blue purple colors that we get over here. Like this part is really, really strong, and then this part gets really, really weak. When like, you know, if you didn't have this reference and you didn't know like the science behind it, then, you know, instinctively you'd probably want to go like pretty much all equal, right? We'd want to go red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Should probably be indigo there, but fuck it. We'll include indigo. But like normally you'd probably want to go like this, but then it's like more in reality, it's more like this, right? Just as a quick example. But it's fucking cool. Also less vibrant than that. It would be like closer to that. But again, this is why we exercise observational skills. It's the tiny stuff that make the details. Because if we had that fucking bright ass rainbow, right? If we had this, you know, it doesn't look right, right? Like, it works. It can also work stylistically. This is only, this is only a realism thing. Stylistically, this is totally fine. You can have fucking bright ass windows, windows, oh my god. Bright ass rainbows everywhere if you want, right? This is just reality. If you want to implement that, it's stuff that's good to know. And it's good to know because then if you know it exists, then you can include that detail if you want. And you can also exclude that detail if you want. It's having the brain power to do it or not do it rather than only think of one option, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Get it mess time, yeah. Sickly Rainbow is real, works on the fact that light reflects off the moisture in the air and there's only moist air around you. The rainbow makes a circle because there's a lot of water high up in the air. Yeah. Water and light is so fucking fascinating, dude. I like it's so cool. It's so fucking cool. It's so Power Star song over. Yeah. I love this little playlist. Playlists make me happy. Funny Mario vibes, very fun. Also, fuck, we got ads. We'll do a quick BRB then, and then we'll hop into the next homework correction. Because I think we mostly said what we can say about Zavasas. So let's get those ads going. Papa. Don't drink the rainbow water. I'll drink the rainbow water. Tasty. Here we go, here we go, here we go. And we're back, yippee! Let me get the compression glove back in. On. Not in. I do not wear my gloves inside my hand.
Hope you have an amazing day because you deserve it. Healthy. I'm doing good. I'm vibing. My hand is a little achy today, which is kind of annoying. So I have to wear my dumb fucking compression glove to make it feel a little better. But other than that, I'm vibing. I'm having a good time. I like doing the little homeworks and stuff. Da, 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 da. And then let me grab this, and then we should be good to do the next one. All right. Let's move on to Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which one will we go with? Let's go with loaded potato skins. Because I love this one. Now, one thing I will point out with this one, I realized that someone else had a little bit of a difficulty as well, recognizing what this one was. However, once you see it, it's very easy to see. This is a dog's nose. So if you were also confused on what this is, it is dog nose. And I think it is very well done. It's just without context, it's kind of hard to tell what it is. But once you know, it's like, oh, I get it. Oh, right, exactly. Also, thank you for the raid. Thank you, Gandian. Thank you. Welcome in, raiders. Gandian was doing art. Would you like to pay art tax? I would like if you'd pay art tax. I would like to see what you're working on. That was a creature from Soma. I could definitely see a creature vibe. I don't know what I thought it was at first. I think at first my brain wanted to like interpret it as like a sleeve. And again, this isn't like a bad thing or anything. This is just like what brain went immediately. Sometimes brain do that when brain does not have enough context. Sometimes it loads. It's like that one subreddit that's confusing perspective, where like you have no idea how the fucking image works, and then like after you see it, you're like, I gotcha. But yeah, I thought at first that it was like some kind of like sleeve, right? Like if you imagine that as like the sleeve on a shirt or something. So I saw like that kind of like tubey shape at first, and then I was like, oh, it's a nose. Taxation is theft. Don't trust the government. No. I never steal. I'm not part of the government. We don't fuck with the government. We only fuck with art taxes. Stream was great. Played some Repo and finished an Angst drawing. Art tax incoming. Let's go. I want to see. I also hope Repo went well. I am dog shit at Repo, but I do enjoy Repo. It is just a fun game for just like hanging with people and just having a good laid back time. I find it a lot less stressful than what's it called? Lethal Company. I like it a lot more than Lethal Company as well. I don't like the big long walk that you have to do in Lethal Company, like back and forth. I like that Repo's like a pretty short walk in comparison. Afraid of the Blair Art IRS? No, nothing to fear. We won't chase you down if you don't pay your art taxes. Art taxes are totally optional. You know, you can choose. You know, you are not obligated. Also, no need to apologize. You do not need to apologize for nose. Like I said, I 100% got it once I understood. And I especially love this texture that you did, dude. This texture on the nose, like, really, like, emphasizes the nose part. Like, again, I didn't know, like, at first what it was. But when I did know, I was like, damn, that's actually really well done. Because like I struggle a lot with like even figuring out how to do like a doggy nose on like a fucking like werewolf, right? Because like they're fucking weird, man. They got these weird little like fucking nostrils going on. It's a weird fucking shape. They're weird. And like trying to get that like texture in and that like wet look without like looking too wet. Is our tax only for raiders? Predominantly. Sometimes I do, you know, ask for like art tax from like other people. But it's usually mainly, you know, raiders. Sometimes we'll go on a little tangent and look at a couple things from people in chat.
Just depends on the vibes. Mainly because the only reason I say that is just because otherwise, if I say yes to everyone all the time, then the chat will be like nothing but art tags like 24/7, and then we'll never have any conversations, and I'll never get anything done. So that's mainly why the Discord and stuff also exists, so that we can look at your art text when it's not live too. Though I absolutely do make exceptions when it's like fan art of me. I absolutely make exceptions in those cases because I like showing off the things that you guys make for me because it makes me very happy. What's this? This one is Dago Nose. This one Eye, and this one Butterfly. Oh, also links are on. You don't have to worry about links or anything when you do want to pay the art tax. What if someone draws you as a literal fan? I mean, if it's a me version, if you draw me as a literal fan, you know, I'm down. I'm down. That still counts. That's still fan art. Whoa, that rhymed? Yeah, that rhymed. I can rhyme all the time. Except not really. That might be a crime. You know, I kind of have a craving for lime. Do you guys have a dime? Do you put them on the fridge after is the question? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. To be fair, that's kind of what the Blair tag is for in the art gallery. So if you put your things in the art gallery channel in the Discord and stuff, and then you put the Blair tag on it, then I can easily see it, and it is like the equivalent of a fridge. Post in server gallery. Let me see. Let me go find. Dude, I love the vibes here. I especially love your color choices because I'm absolutely biased for those. But look how pretty. I love predominantly red themed stuff so much. It makes my brain instantly happy. But I also love how cozy this looks. And I love the backlighting too. Backlighting is like one of my favorite to do. I love having things in like shadow and then having the sides like lit up. I love that so much. It looks so cute and cozy. See what you did there? To pay the time? To pay the time. Before I do the rhyme exactly. Time for me to go to bed. Have a good night and fun stream. Have a good sleep. Rest well. May your pillow be a good temperature. Because uncomfy temperature pillows fucking suck, dude. There's nothing worse than like laying down and it is not an ideal temperature whatsoever. Also, I totally forgot to thank you for the follow 3 minutes ago, Kikuni, but thank you for the follow and welcome to Purgatory. And if you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those. And if you don't care about either of those, that's also a-okay, but welcome in. Thanks, it's cozy but sad at the same time. Yeah, I really love it, dude. I love those vibes. I love like art made like with the express. I'm mixing up my words. I'm trying to get fancy with it and it's not working. I love when people express emotion really well through art. That's one thing I really love, man. Like I love like obviously I don't like when people are sad, you know, feeling sad kind of sucks. However, I do love when like people are sad and then like they draw a sad thing and then like you can like really like feel the sadness through it, you know? I like when you can feel emotion through art. And I think you do a really, really good job of that here. Holy tongue twister? Nah, it's not a tongue twister. It's fine. You want to know a fucking tongue twister? The song End of the World by Great Big Sea. I know it's not like originally by Great Big Sea, but Great Big Sea does like a cover of it and they go nyum. And that is a fucking tongue twister, dude. Stained glass is banger. I agree. Stained glass is so pretty, dude. And the best thing about stained glass is it really gives like a very like kind of like almost rainbowy feel to your art. So it's such a good like contrast between like a very kind of like happy colors over here and then like a sad what's the word? Focus composition we have good emotional contrast, which I really dig. Big words.exe not working. Yeah. Exactly. I'm gonna have to, you know, Control Alt Delete task manager, close it, reopen it. Let's try again. Oh, but I love this, and thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it so much, Candian. Now let us get back to art homework time. Okay, and also I'm going to also look up a eye reference real quick. Just give me a second. There's some stuff I want to talk about with eyes. Okay, let me grab this. That should be good enough. And I'm also gonna grab a dog nose as well. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Let's see. This is a good doggo nose. And then I might as well grab a butterfly while I'm here too. I don't know what kind of butterfly that is though. Don't know if I can find a similar one. Okay, it looks like a cinnabar butterfly, I believe. Which one looks the closest? Maybe this one. Okay, we got our references. Don't talk about our homework, still need to practice hands next week. Oh, totally fair. I will, however, be talking about our homework because that is the stream. What I do is I, every 2 weeks, I assign a art homework and then people can work on it and then they can submit it and then we can go over it on stream. I can't always touch on all the submissions just because, you know, it takes a while and I'm a big yapper. Oops. But I try to go over some of them and I try to give generalized like tips and stuff. Can also do Control Shift Escape to open Task Manager. Yeah, I don't know. Like my brain, I know logically I can do Control Shift Escape, but for some reason my brain just always likes doing the Control Alt Delete. Like I know it's less efficient, but for some reason it just comes so much more naturally to me. All right. Let's start with the eye. So eyes are really fucking cool, dude. Eyes are so fucking cool because if this is a good enough quality picture, then when we zoom in, we can kind of see that this probably isn't the best picture for this actually. Might need like higher resolution. Because the texture on the inside of the eyes is like so fucking freaky. It has this like, it kind of has like this kind of like hole look to it. This one, oh, this one's much better. This is a big picture. There we go. I'm just gonna crop this down because we don't need to see the rest of it because the focus is on the iris. And obviously this isn't your exact reference, so you know things will differ between reality and what you were referencing. Rigged, holy, looking at my own eye like that was oof. Oh, dude, I fucking bet. Trying to reference your own fucking eyes is hell. Like, oh, it's so difficult unless you like take a picture for it. But we can see it a little bit clearer here that we have these like, they're almost like holes, right? Like almost. Like it's a really, really, really interesting texture in the eye. And like one thing that's really interesting, if I remember correctly, sorry, I need to keep looking up like multiple references. Let me because we have some freaky eye anatomy, man. We have freaky eyes. Eyes in general are just quirky. I think a medical diagram would do it better. Here we go. Here's some anatomy of the eye. The cool part about the eye is that the pupil, right? The pupil isn't just a dot like put on top, right? The pupil is actually like all the way back here, right? And the iris is actually like on top of it. So the pupil is actually like in the back, and then the iris like you know, gets smaller or gets like bigger and makes the pupil bigger or smaller. And it's really fucking cool. But I only say that because right now we have like very, very harsh edges on the side of the eye when like normally it's like a little, it's not 100% perfect, right? We have like a little bit of these tiny squiggly doodles. Apparently someone who shines light on this topic? Yeah! Oh, rigid. Oh, gotcha. Spelling hard sometime. But yeah, I'd say with this is if you wanted to go a little more realistic, you would do like this little tiny bit of almost fuzziness around the pupil, right? And that's gonna make it feel like it's more like in the back. And I might not do the best job, but I'll try to do like a little bit. But we got that little imperfect look going. And I do love that you did make a note that we have like different textures and that the colors interact, because the colors interact so much. There are so many colors in eyes, especially this kind of eye. Like the kind that's like kind of central heterochromic, where we have a different color in the center versus the outside. One thing I would note here is that you kind of have very, very low contrast in the colors that you did choose here. So like right here, we can see that like over here would be like really dark, and then we have like a good mix of light, and then we have like relatively like medium-ish dark over here. However, if we put a color layer over here, we can see we don't get a lot of that. We don't get that same range, right? And of course, that could also just be your you know, your eye color. You know, maybe your eyes are less contrasty. I don't know, but based on the reference I did choose, we do have usually a higher range of values. So I will just do a quick little thing and see. We'll darken this a little bit. Also, don't expect the cleanest work from me today. My wrist kinda achy, so I'm wearing my funny wrist thingy. It's not the right brush. Maybe this one on a lower opacity. But if we put some darker in here, and then we put some darker on the outside as well. And I'm just doing this pretty loosely. But even just by doing that, then we get the implication of like a much more realistic eye, even if we didn't add in that much detail yet. We can see the difference in before and after as well here. And this is why values are so important. Because at the end of the day, if your values are off, then things in general end up feeling off. But if your values are right, then it's a lot easier to like even like fake it till you make it. Love how grainy the inside of the iris is. I know, it's such a cool texture, dude. Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Sonic Man. Thank you. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those. And if you don't care about either of those, that's also okay, but welcome in. Sega has filed a new trademark for Echo the Dolphin. Multiple games are in the works with the original creator, Ed, as well as enhanced remake of Tides of Time. Interesting, I did not know that. But welcome in. We are talking about artsy shenanigans. Hopefully you enjoy. We are doing a little homework correction. We're working on like observational skills and basically just stressing the importance of details today. I see, pun intended. Yeah. Honestly, I could choose better colors for these. Like maybe a little bit of a blue in there. Maybe a bit more of a almost golden color here. But values are your best friend. You master values, and then everything else comes so much easier after. God Dash, hope you have a nice remaining stream. Good night. Thank you. I will have a wonderful rest of the stream. It is always a good fucking time. I hope you have a good time dashing and doing whatever you gotta get up to, too. Eyes are so interesting. The iris is made of smooth muscle fiber, so it makes all the indents and creases, which is why eyes can be fingerprints, because they're also unique. They're so unique, dude. They're so fucking unique. It's honestly like in fucking insane. Gonna hit the hay soon. Wish you a great night and rest of the stream. Thank you. Have a good sleep, Candy, and thank you again for the raid. And thank you for the art text too. Rest well. Gonna go to bed. Have a good snooze. Have comfy dream. Have comfy bed too. Hopefully it is not too fucking cold. Because it fucking sucks when you're like freezing your ass off in bed. Ugh. Also, hopefully it's not too warm, because a hot bed is also hell. We want beds to be the perfect temperature. Also, another thing, this is more like a little bit nitpicky on my behalf. Let me just do this. Give me 1 second. So if I want to be like really nitpicky, and then let me. So the thing I want to be nitpicky about is one thing that's really interesting about the iris is that it's actually usually kind of blurred on the outside, right? We don't have like a really harsh transition. It actually kind of like gets a little bit blurry, which is very quirky. So what you can do is you can end up like blurring the edges a little bit, and that makes it like a little more realistic. Maybe a little more than what I did. But it's also very easy to go overboard with blurring, so you know. Pick your battles. Try not to make it too blurred. And that's also only if you want to include that detail. Because it isn't mandatory, you know? Especially like if you work in like an anime style, then we tend to not always see this kind of blur. Sometimes we do. Some artists do implement it in their style. But it's just a neat thing to keep in mind. And then with the textures, I would probably recommend trying to imitate this like whole kind of look to it, the very like fibrous look. Because right now we have a lot of lines going like very outwardsy, right? Which we do kind of have, but they're not that straight, right? Like right here, that's a very straight line. But if we tried to trace like a line here, then it's kind of like kind of get like a lot of variance, right? Rather than like this. And this is totally fine for stylization stuff, right? But for realism, we can try to we can also try to incorporate some of that like nice value variance as well if we change up the textures. Like what I would maybe do, I haven't drawn an eye in like big detail, so I'm like fucking around and finding out right now. But I would probably start by doing like a dark bit, and then I'd probably like go over the dark bit with like lighter bits. Cause that's just how I usually like to work. I like to work dark to light because I find it works better for my funny little brain for some reason. And then we can go like over it. Let me increase the opacity on that. Even just by like doing it a little bit, we get more of that actual texture we have there. I don't think I did very well on the execution part, but hopefully the point still stands. Especially since I'm working off a reference that has like different colors than yours. Also, when it comes to the little highlight part, this is one part where like it's really nice to get a very like solid look in. It doesn't have to be all solid, but if we just do like something like this, I also don't know how it looked to you like in reality as well. But having a good harsh highlight can be a good contrast to the softness below and make it look extra shiny. But again, it depends on where your light source is. Also, when it comes to pupils, this is a stylistic thing, not necessarily, or this is a stylistic art thing, not necessarily a realism thing. But a thing that my old art teacher when I was in grade 12 told me is that if you don't want eyes to look dead, you probably want a shine on the pupil. Like that's just gonna instantly make the eyes look like more alive, even if the shine isn't meant to be there. It just kind of gives like life to it, right? Like this is like kind of dead, and this is like, oh, they're alive. But that's just a art tip. That's not a realism tip, because obviously we don't even see that over here. We have the highlight over here instead, but you know. Artistic freedom. Da, 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 da. Let it be the baby bear of beds. May it be just right. Exactly, dude. Nothing is as good as a good fucking bed, bro. If you're gonna invest in anything in your fucking life, you know, other than a goddamn house, because let's be real, none of us can fucking afford houses nowadays. Or like, most of us can't. Then at the very least, invest in a good fucking bed, because you spend by default, assuming you sleep somewhat like a regular person, you probably spend at least 1/3 of your life in that fucking thing. So make sure it is a good fucking thing, man. A good fucking sleep will also help your like awake stuff. Like if you were sleeping bad, you're gonna feel like shit. If you're sleeping like a fucking baby, you're gonna feel good, man. To start off a day right, you need to start off your sleep right. Kind of like a roll of yarn, not all the thread is light and straight. It's loose and overlaps, making clumps and gaps. Exactly. It has so much like little like patterns to it. Like, let's see, if I were to try drawing this, and again, I haven't like drawn an eye in like big detail in a very long time. I'm just gonna go over yours, not as a correction, but just as a experiment. But like, if I were to try and do this like relatively quickly, I'm also gonna ignore the blur on the outside because I'm lazy. Don't be like me. And I'm also gonna color pick because again, lazy. Da, 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 da. But if I were to like do this from scratch, I'd probably do this, and then I'd probably start with like the basic colors. Just get like a rough idea. And then we have pretty much black in the center. And then I'd probably do like a midtone around it. Maybe not that color. Maybe. And I'd probably do this, and then I'd probably like start detailing after that. Because it's easier to start like doing details when you already have like the rough idea of the colors around it. And then like that doesn't need to be perfect. Might switch brushes to maybe this one. Just because I like these brushes. And then I'd probably, ooh, that's too sensitive. I need to fix some settings. But then I'd probably detail the edges, make them a little wobbly. And then, and then I'd probably try and do some low opacity stuff mixed in here. Just so that it's not all bright. And then I'd probably go in and like detail. Because when you break things down in like certain ways, it makes it a lot easier to like do it later. So I'd probably like work like this. And then like implement little like parts darker and lighter. I won't render the entire thing, but just work little by little. Add in some new colors when you need them. And then one really, really good tip I learned is that it's really good to work in like harsh colors and then like blend it out after, right? So we're working like very, not with too much like opacity or too much fanciness right now, because we can always add it back in. It's easier to blur things that are solid than it is to unblur things. So it depends on your process. Do what you want, do what makes it easiest. And honestly, I probably didn't even go dark enough in a lot of these parts. But that's probably how I would like start breaking it down. I love, let's go. Is that my iris or yours? Why not both? I can have two irises. Okay. And that's the eye commentary done. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. And then we got the dog nose. Let me grab the dog nose again. Dog nose. So I won't comment on the color choice because I don't know if your doggo had more brown or not. You know, color is a hard thing to correct if I do not have the exact same reference, which is why it's a lot difficult to correct that too. But I love the texture work you did here. The texture work is so good because we get so many like tiny little like bumpy highlights here when we look at like the actual like real reference. And we lose those details when it gets into shadow because we can't really see it that well when there's like not light. But I think you did a really, really, really good job of like capturing it looking like wet, but not, you know? Like it's not like dripping wet, but it do look shiny. And I think you have like a really good idea of the values here too. I think maybe ever so slightly, it might be a little bit too dark. Like just a tiny bit, but that could just be how it looks. Sometimes things are very dark and sometimes they are not, and it is hard. Art hard. Contrast and value hard. Difficult. But let me poke at the values real quick. Just to see if I would raise the value at all. Da, 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 da. And let's see. that would be edit, tonal correction, make darks lighter. Yeah, I think if we made it ever so slightly lighter, it would be a lot more visible. Because even just raising by like a couple shades makes the really dark shadowy part stand out a lot more. But I think in general, you still did a really good job on the value work. Like, insanely good job. It is an insanely good dog nose. Benefits of a shapeshifter can have too many have many eyes and irises and eyes in the iris and teeth too. Just go nightmare feel. Exactly. Shapeshifter, go burr. Thank you very much. Struggle with values, something I really need to work on. I think you're doing fantastic so far. Like, you know, I'm not gonna say your work is perfect. It's fucking hard to get anything like perfect. And to be fair, perfect doesn't even really exist because you can absolutely just change things to fit how you want the narrative to go for your art, you know? Like you could make this look like super soft. You could make this look like very shiny, you know? It is up to you. But I think you have a pretty good grasp on it. You got a little bit of the highlight vibes with the eye when we were talking about that. But like you can recognize where there are lights and you can recognize where there are darks. It's just I think you're struggling a bit on the midtones, which is exactly where I struggle with too, honestly. Because with my compositions, I tend to go I either end up going like too light with not enough darks or too dark with not enough lights. It's the midtones that are so tricky. But I think you're off to a very, very good, solid start. Just fine-tuning it a little bit, and then you will be fucking golden, bro. Also, thank you for the follow, Helix Dragon. Thank you. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter, Blue Sky, Patreon, I have all of those. And if you don't care about either of those, that's also okay. But welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I need my medication. I have to sneeze. Oh, that was a weird sneeze. That I didn't get the achoo. Like I did, but not audibly. Fucking weird. I sneezed as I spoke. I'm like, okay. Also, let me refill my water real quick. Blesses, thank you. Much appreciated. Here we go. Water fill. You said sneeze. That was a sneeze. I know. It was fucking weird, dude. Normally my sneezes are pretty obnoxious. And normally I end up sneezing minimum twice. Usually 3 times, sometimes 4. So it's really weird for me to have a tiny non-audible sneeze. Gotta close my bottle so I don't spill it everywhere because I am a clumsy fuck. Then let me get my drugs. Okay, there we go. Drugs done. Yuppie. All right. Honestly, I'm trying to think of what I would suggest here for the nose. Because I think the main thing really is the value. I might even lighten it just a little more. Just a little more. I think maybe that's a good light part. Because the thing is, when you lighten parts, sometimes you want to go back and darken parts too. We have this nice little we almost have a very soft shadow on the edges here, for example. And it's really hard to see that when we go too dark, right? And same with, well, highlights are really easy to see when things are dark because, you know, high contrast. I'm gonna see. Okay, and then that lightens it a bit more. And we can probably work a little more. So yeah, I think it's mainly just, I think you mainly just went a bit too dark with this. And I think you did really good with the texture. If you want to do even better with the texture, I would say the one thing to keep in mind is that on a, you know, tiny scale, if we're going for accuracy, right now you kind of have a texture that's like, currently your texture is more kind of like, sorry, I have to keep switching pens and stuff. But the texture you have right now is basically like a bunch of little like dots, which does kind of work, right? But if we go over here, it's kind of more like scaly almost, right? Like we have a lot of varying widths in between. However, that is a bitch to fucking render by hand. And I would never expect people to render that by hand because fuck that shit. Unless you're like actually fucking insane. So I think this is totally a fine middle ground. It's honestly probably what I would do too, not gonna lie. However, if you are capable, I would suggest, or not capable, that's a weird way to phrase that. If you're able to, like if you're able to find a texture that's more close to this more scaly look, I think that would give it a much more accurate finish for you. Especially if it's one that has like maybe a little bit of, I don't know. Sometimes you can find textures that have like a bit of shading like included in them, and those can be nice sometimes, but they can also kind of make you a little lazy sometimes too. So it's kind of hard to suggest them, but they are helpful for like tiny details on stuff that you don't necessarily need to render 100% accurately. Because like the way this texture works is like we have dark. Then we have and it's kind of like this. And very like scaly. So like dots can work for this. And then we kind of have a highlight on top of those as well. Some more than others. Because we do have that like 3D-ness. And then, you know, then you can go on top of that and then do like shiny shit. And then like remove it from the really shadowy parts. But I think like using the tools that you did use, I think you did an amazing fucking job with it. Like absolutely a really good job. And then we have the butterfly. Which is such a pretty butterfly. The colors are so good on this thing. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Zach. Thank you. Tired, understandable. Me too, man. Me too. Wanna boop the nose? I also wanna boop the nose. I love a good boopable nose, man. Ariel, today I'm doing good. I'm vibing. And no apologies needed for being late. You are perfectly on time. People show up when they show up. Okay. I'm also really glad that you included the dark detail and the wet look detail as well. Also, fur is a bitch, okay? Fur is a fucking bitch to render because before I move on to the butterfly, I do want to talk about fur because fuck fur, dude. Fur is annoying because it's similar to hair. Where it's like, you want to imply that there's detail there without drawing it all, right? Because right here we have a lot of like very like individually seen hair textures, right? And also you'd probably want some of your texture overlapping the nose as well. Like just a tiny bit, just to show that the nose isn't just like plopped on there. So like just by doing like a couple little like lines here, nothing too drastic, but just like a little bit, then it can show the interaction. And then like with hair in general, you kind of, let's see, you kind of want to do a thing where it's like, I'll just try to draw like a fluffy texture. So like maybe it's a little lighter up here, and then in like maybe it's a little like darker down here. So I find with fur, you basically want to section out like which parts would be lighter and which would be darker before you even get into like texturing. I find texturing is like easier to do at the later stages once you have like your values kind of like figured out. And then like after that, you can start really doing like the furry bits, right? So we can do some like outlines here, right? We can make the sides appear very fuzzy. And then we can also do like the transition between the shadows and stuff and use that as a way to show off the texture. And then you can take like little slightly lighter or slightly darker places and then, you know, put in some hair there. A little here, a little there. I probably went a little too stark with this, honestly. Because this kind of looks more like tiered. But it's the same kind of concept. And then, you know, if you want to add like more detail in here and like here, you could like make it lighter or darker and then, you know, rinse and repeat and fix stuff up as needed. You know, add in a couple highlights here and there. You kind of imply that there's a lot of hair without drawing all of it all the time. And of course, depending on the creature you're drawing, they might have, oh my god, my wing was in the way the entire time, wasn't it? Fuck! Brah! I'm sorry about my dumb, fat fucking wings. I need to stop drawing things on that side of the screen. We are all wizards. We show up precisely when needed. I have a fur brush and all of them just looked wrong. I know the feeling. I don't use a fur brush. If you do want to use a fur brush, then you kind of want to use it the same way that I was explaining this, where it's like, I don't even know if I have one. Hit the like, I don't think I do have a fur brush. But it's kind of the same as like grass, honestly. So like if I were to try to like illustrate some like grassy ground, right? We start with this, we do like a little bit of color variation, you know, get some like dark patches, some like lighter patches. And we don't draw every blade of grass, right? Kind of mix them around, and then we can use a grass brush, and then we can do, you know, a little bit of light over here, a little bit of dark over here. That's not how this brush works, apparently. There we go. Let me fix that. But, you know. Why doesn't this brush work? Do not change brush tip color. There we go. Sorry, I had to fix settings. Now it works as intended. I think. Still looks too light. I don't like that brush. Whatever, I'll just manually do it. This is why I don't like pre-made brushes. Like, I do use them sometimes for like very niche things, but they can be very finicky. But you imply what's there. Ba-ba-ba. All good, saw most of what you were talking about. Let's go. Chat is dead? Nuh-uh. Chat is not dead. Most of my viewers just put me on in the background, and I like being the background noise. Therefore, they do not need to type because I am yapping. There is no conversation going on. However, if I said, "Hey guys, you wanna put a E in chat and trigger the funny little Easter egg thingy," then I'm sure a lot of people would do it. E. 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 See, it's not a dead chat. I told you. Watching archive while eating? Let's go. We love a good fucking meal, man. We love a good fucking meal. Alrighty, and then let's move on to the butterfly. Which again, I love the butterfly so much. Insects are really fascinating to draw, honestly. Insects have like really fucking freaky ass anatomy. And like it's something that you tend to like not appreciate as much because like usually, you know, you can't see them on a very close-up scale. So instead we end up like simplifying them a lot. But it's really cool when we get to like really zoom in. Must learn because I have a job interview soon. Very understandable. I'm excited that you have a job interview, but also, you know, job not fun. So that also kind of, you know. But I hope the interview goes well. I wish you luck, dude. Good luck. Rewatch later. Also have a very pretty voice, by the way. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I've gotten many a compliment on my voice, and it makes me very happy because I used to be very insecure about it, but now I am less insecure, and now I actually like my voice, so thank you. Talking color theory, we're talking a lot of stuff. We're talking many things. So what I do is every 2 weeks I assign a art homework, and then people have 2 weeks to do it, and then we can go over it on stream. I can't always touch on everyone's, but we basically go over them and then just talk about art stuff and art tips in general, and like how they can improve in certain areas, or I tell them things that like they did like very well, you know, that kind of stuff. So we touch a lot on like color theory, and we touch a lot on like shading stuff and like hard versus soft shadows, or today we talked a lot about like the refraction of light in like glass, for example. Where do we get this art homework assigned? It is in the Discord. It is in the Discord, and you have to make sure that you have the art student role, and then you can have access to the art homework channel. And there's one channel where like I assign it, and then there's a channel where you can submit it. And then you can also see all the other ones that people did too. So like some of the other examples that we went over today, not that one. I was just talking about light and stuff, but this one was by Zavasa, for example. And this homework specifically was a very quirky assignment. This work was focused on observational skills specifically. So like just, you know, paying attention to what's around you and the really tiny details, right? The tiny things that you wouldn't normally notice without like actually paying attention. So like right here, for example, like they noticed that their little device thing had like rounded shading, and then they noticed that there was like a little like highlight on their ring. So that's like what this assignment was about. So this one's a little hard to correct just because, you know, there's no just objectively right or wrong, right? So instead, we're mostly just going over like little tiny tips and little things I notice and all that fun stuff. Voice is precious. Thank you. Gotta deal with a lot of Warhammer miniature painting. Not very artistic, but I like talking about stuff with folks. Hell yeah. I believe we have a bunch of people who also like doing Warhammer painting. I've never done it myself. Traditional painting scares me. I can do it a little bit, but like, man, I am much better at digital art. Just because I have a lot more practice with it. And, you know, you can also, you know, undo or color correct very easily compared to traditional. But I do fucking love traditional artists. They are too strong for me. They are above my level. And then this one was a study by Velukram. And then this was a study by Sue. And they all turned out so well. This one especially, like, I still can't get over the detailing on the glass. They did fucking amazing on it, bro. Blair makes a mess and has eaten too many brushes. I have. The brushes are very tasty. I like the little, like, bristly texture at the end. Especially when they have, like, the paint, like, dried on, you know? And then it's, like, a little, like, rubbery, almost, like, kind of crunchy, you know? Good texture. Very tasty. Okay, and then the details we noticed on the butterfly were the little reflections over here on the, fuck, what would that even be called?
I don't know my insect terminology very well.
But I do know that they do have, like, generally, like, a more shiny body in multiple segments. Therefore, we see these little, like, tiny, like, shines where they, intersect. Dun, dun, dun. One thing that would help your butterfly look a little more lively. Again, I also don't know what reference image you used, so you know that does play into effect as well. And I'll also move it the fuck over because I keep forgetting to do that. But I'll move it the fuck over. One thing you could also include would be this like kind of like glittery kind of look, right? Because butterflies and like moths and stuff have that little like those little tiny scales. That's what they are. They're tiny little tiny scales on their wings, and they tend to reflect light. So if you try to include that kind of texture, then it can end up looking like very pleasing and give it a much more realistic look. Not that that was the focus, but you know, we'll still talk about it. We'll still acknowledge it. So we'll give it this little bit of dusty color almost. And of course, stylization comes into play as well. You know, not everything has to be done in the exact same way. You can absolutely use like solid colors if you want. However, if you do use like, if you do want to go more realistic, then you probably will want to make sure you include at least subtle gradients in like most things you do, because most things do have some kind of gradient. It's usually very, well, not usually, but it can be very subtle or it can be very distinct, depending on like the light source and like how it's lit and like the colors around it and yada yada. But in general, you kind of want a little bit of color variance and like tonal variance. And tonal variance, when I say that, I just mean like value work. Da, 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 da. So we'll like dust this up a little bit. And then we'll try to add on that like little bit of scaly texture. I'm not sure if I have a good brush for that. So we'll cope with what we do have. Kind of like what we did with the nose. We'll probably use something kind of similar. Da, 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 da. Oh, I think I have a noise brush. That might be good. Let me just... I'll like bring back the red after. So gonna switch the brush to a different one actually. Actually, Pearl and Noise might do a good job of this. So let me just filter, effect, or no, filter, render. We'll get something like really tiny. And then we'll change the layer mode. Something to give it a little more kick. Color dodge kind of works. Kind of gives us that almost glittery look. And then just by doing that, we immediately get like much closer to this kind of vibe. Also, we are about to go into ads. My bad. Let's run those ads real quick. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Let's go. Ad go burr. It should go burr. Come on, ad. Where the fuck are you? You gave me the warning. Where you be? Is it just fucking gaslighting me, dude? God damn it. Do I have to click it manually? It better not double it. If it doubles it, I'm gonna be pissed. Let's go. Alrighty, we should be back. Hopefully. All right. So with this one, I just did a whatchamacallit, Perlin noise layer, and I did it on color dodge with like no extra funny little colors or anything. And that's what I used to get the funny little dusty looking texture. Because like on a microscopic scale, you know, it is technically scales. But the tricky thing to balance with art is too much detail versus too little. Okay? Because the thing is like you could draw every tiny little detail on something. However, that's not always how the eyes work. The eyes usually focus on like one little area, and then like the rest of an image tends to be like more like out of focus. So you don't always have to draw every tiny little thing. And also, you know, realistically, you know, if you're looking at someone from like far away, you're not going to be able to count their hairs, right? You're gonna imply that they have hair and that they have like strands, but you're not going to draw every single one. You're going to draw them with intention and like highlight what you need to, and then like stop there. So like more detail isn't always better. Just because I am adding in more detail and things, like it doesn't necessarily mean you have to, especially like in your like compositions and stuff. This is just, you know, one little study, one little thing to pay attention to. Blah, blah, blah. The one detail you do tend to see, at least a little bit if you're even remotely close to like a butterfly or anything, is we do have these like lines, right? We have these like lines on the wings that I can like loosely trace over with a better brush that I can actually see. But like, for example, we have this going like here. And I think it curves around here. I could be wrong. It's kind of hard to see. But we kind of have like this pattern to it almost. So we can absolutely include like that kind of detail in it too. So if we try to mimic that down here, we can go on like multiply and I'll just like quickly sketch it in. It's not going to be 100% accurate, but that's fine. But like tiny little details like this are going to make your thing feel like alive, right? Because these are just like tiny little additions that just end up really mattering in the end. Like I'm going to actually erase this side so that you can just have like a good comparison of like a before and after. Kind of look like veins? They do kind of look like veins. They're really fucking cool. My ads think I'm an old person? Me too, man. I get some quirky fucking ads. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. If they are, then that's cool. I'm not sure if they are. I don't know if they're veins or if they're just how the wing is segmented. I do not know enough about butterflies to know that information. If anyone does know 100% for sure, let me know. Because I would like to know. Fleur needs that water? I do. I must be hydrated. And also, one other thing I would probably pay attention to is the antennae. Because right now, we kind of have like, this antennae kind of goes like up and out. And then this antennae kind of like curves. But antennae tend to be like weird little things. They can tend to be like pretty like long. And I can't really see it well enough here to really give too many adjustments. But I would maybe just like elongate it. But that's just being like nitpicky. They are? Oh shit, that's so fucking cool. That's so tiny. Their little veins are so tiny and cute. They act as structural support system in creating a rigid network of tubes that spread across the thin membrane of the wing from the body. That's so fucking cool. That's so cool. I love insects, dude. I love insects so much. They're such neat little freaks, dude. Like, it's also so fucking cool how, like, different insects can just be so different from one another. Tiny veins, tiny veins. And then, of course, you know, same thing would apply here, but, you know, I'm not gonna draw it all in. And then, oh, one detail I do love. I absolutely adore that you did pay really careful attention to the edge. The edges of what you draw are so important because, like, there's such a big difference between this and this, right? Like, one is clearly fuzzy, one is clearly not. And I love that you included the fuzziness because they absolutely have that little, like, fibrous look to them. So I really, really, really love that you included that. I would say the only thing I would be nitpicky with it is that it does seem to kind of go up the entire wing rather than just on the bottom. So I would just make sure to go around the entire thing. Like, doesn't have to be super detailed. We just have to imply that it's there and that it's not smooth. And it's such a small little thing to notice, but God, does it change the feeling completely. We'll do it a little over here too, just for comparison's sake. We kind of lose a lot of detail to the shadows here, so. But, like, look how much of a difference just doing that makes. Let me erase the fucking big-ass line. Like, tiny, tiny little things like this are what will really end up, like, making your art stand out from, you know, pure beginner, right? It's the tiny things. But it's also difficult because it's so easy to also go, like, too detailed with it, right? Like, it's like what we had with the eyes where we were drawing, like, every single line instead of, like, implying more. Or with the hair is probably a better example. So it's very difficult to get that balance of detail without too much. And I think a good way to kind of, like, figure it out almost is to kind of treat it like is to kind of treat it like this. So let me do a quick little example. Okay? So if this is like a picture or something, right? And let's say the focus of your picture is in the center. Why does my tab mate keep glitching? I feel like I've maybe dropped my tab mate one too many times. I think my tab mate's a little unhappy with me. Hold up. Baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. Okay, let me try disconnecting it and reconnecting it again. Up. Let's see. Sorry about the scuff. It's not showing up. God damn it. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. One second. Setting up a device. We're setting up, quote, tab mate. Ah. Are you done, Windows? Have you set it up? Am I good to go? Okay, I'm good to go. What I was gonna say is that a good, like, not really rule, but a good way to like focus on it. I need to use color here actually. So let's just say there's like a person here, right? I'm not gonna draw them in detail because no need to. And let's say like the focus is on their face. So like what I would say is like most of the detail you're gonna have is gonna be in this area. And then like the further away from the face you get, the like less detail you really need to include. So if you consider the white the most detailed area, then like everything like starting to get away from this doesn't need to be as detailed. You absolutely can. Again, it depends on like what you're trying to like emphasize in your piece. This is a super simplified example. But like things over here, you probably wouldn't need to like render in detail unless it was like actually important, you know? Like if what's a good example? Like, for example, if the composition instead was a focus on like this person getting like shot, right? Then like maybe there's a bullet here and then like that would become the new focus. So then like this would be like in detail and then like maybe this would be like slightly less in detail because that's your focus. And then like the further away you get, it's going to be like even less. But that's just kind of like how I think about where to put details. I still struggle with it a lot myself sometimes, but maybe that helps, maybe it doesn't. If it does, then yippee. If it doesn't, then oh well. Thank you for the hydrate, Boardman, and thank you for the stretch as well. Da, da, da. Imagining a human with butterfly wings? Dude, that would go crazy. Little tiny fucking human veins going through it would be freaky as fuck. Da, 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 da. Skin wings would be insane. That would be some real horror type shit. And honestly, I'd be kind of here for it. Honestly. But yeah, that's most of the feedback I would give on this one. Hopefully you like the feedback I gave. I still love how this one was done. I know I had like a lot to say, but just because I have a lot to say doesn't mean like something isn't good. It just means I managed to touch on a lot of topics. And I do love touching on topics. Let me send this one off. Ba-ba. Let me find my way back to the homework submission channel. Da-da-da-da-da. So let's see. Main notes. Pay careful attention to values. They'll really make or break your work. Tiny details are great, but also try to make sure they're not too detailed, like hair, because sometimes that can lead into uncanny vibes. There we go. And then I think I have one more in me. I think I can touch on one more. Da, 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 da. I think I'll touch very lightly on this one as my last one. We went over a good bit of other stuff that includes some stuff I would talk about with this one as well. I do want to make a couple more points. Da, 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 da. What do you mean by the good example is getting shot? If you were to draw this like in, if you were to like render this, it's probably easier if I do it this way. What I mean is that like this would be like less in focus, right? So I'm just using like a blur brush to make it like really simple. But like if your focus was on someone like getting shot, you'd probably want your main part to be like focusing on the clarity of the bullet rather than like the person. You could also do like two shots. You could do one shot that's like this, and then you could have like the next frame be like this, and then like do the opposite. And then it would actually switch to this being out of focus and then this part being like more in focus. So it would kind of do like a swap. Because then your focus would be on the person getting shot rather than the bullet. So it's just changing like where you would put like details. It's probably not the best way to explain it that way, but maybe it clicks for someone. It would be a lot easier if I just actually, It'd be a lot easier if I just did this instead. This would be a better visual example. Pretend that's a bullet. And this is a person. So like what I mean is that like if you want the bullet in focus, you're not going to have as many details on the person. The person's going to be like kind of blurry, right? Because the focus is on the bullet here. But if we wanted to tell like a different story, we would do the exact opposite. Where we would we're going to blur this one instead, because this is like after. And then like the person would be in focus instead. Nerfilla had some momentum? Yeah, it did. Get it now? Pretty cool. I was just listening for a while, so send a little word. Yeah, it's definitely hard to understand visual things through audio only. Which is why I try to focus so much on doing like visual examples. Okay, and this one is by the lovely Mandarin. And we did touch on glass and stuff a lot earlier. The main things I did want to focus on here is that, as I mentioned with the very first one we touched on, this one, when it comes to drawing glass, it's much, much easier to have a darker background to start. So we're just going to flop a multiply layer on top of this. Just to give us a background color and make our lights stand out more. And then like what you would want to do here is you would want to focus a lot on the highlights. And of course, I don't know what your glass actually looks like, so this is just, mimicked and a guess at my very best. We'll include some of the stuff we saw earlier. But I do love that you did point out that there is darker spots on the side and the bottom. That is exactly the kind of thing that you do need to pay attention to. Just when you're paying attention to the darks, try not to ignore the lights too, right? So if you notice something has a really, really interesting shadow, try and see how it plays with light too. Because the way you draw something is like balancing the light and dark in like the correct way, right? Because like too much dark and not enough light will make it feel off, and too much light and not enough dark will also make it feel off. So you really want to get that like balance. But I love how you did the spoon. I love that you pointed out that there is like a really, really bright spot on the spoon. Because with metal, I forget the funny term that was pointed out to me earlier. But there is a funny term for where like the lights like all like line up and become very, very bright. And I love that you did that detail. And I love the variance in value here. I feel like maybe there could be a little more dark, but I don't know that for certain because I don't know your reference material. But in general, metals tend to end up going pretty dark in like certain spots. But again, I don't know that for certain. But don't be afraid to get like very, very bright with your metals or very, very dark. Because that's one, I won't say it's like common for all metals all the time, but in general, metals do have very stark dark spots and very stark light spots. And if you wanna have a little fun, this isn't necessarily realistic, but if you wanna have a little bit of fun, you can also do like a little like shine. That's only if you want to have fun, though. It's not a necessarily realistic thing. It can be. Sometimes there is a little bit of sparkle to things, but it's not always there. It's not always there, but it can be, and it can be fun to add. Because the important thing about art is having fun, and then also, changing things about your art to emphasize the story you want to tell. You don't always want to tell a story, and that's also fine too. You can just go for realism and just have it be that, and that's it. But it's also fun to tell a story. I also think you did really, really well with the headphones. I think you did really well with these. I do think it would have been nice to see some more value in the other parts. But, the point of the study was to focus on like one specific part and like just focus on noticing tiny things in everyday life. So it's really fun that you did notice the perspective with the headphones. Headphones are tricky to draw. I'm not sure the range of motion that your headphones have. But it does feel like they're a little mismatched here, but I also don't know if yours rotate more, so I'm kind of hesitant to correct that too much. But I think one detail that would also have been nice is we kind of lose a little bit of the 3D-ness on the top part of the headphone. So I would just focus on making sure we keep that thickness, right? So even just like adding this one little line there can help us make it feel a lot more 3D immediately. Realistic to those who have astigmatism to see that sparkle, exactly. That's also what I was thinking. Because I know growing up, whenever I would go to church, I would look up because they had these like really pretty candles sometimes at church. And I just remember looking at the funny little candle and being like, man, it's so pretty and sparkly. But that's because I definitely have a tiny little astigmatism. Not enough that it affects me like too badly, but I do get very pretty Christmas tree looks when I look at things during Christmas, You see all those little sparkles. Same. It's so pretty though. It's so pretty. Like astigmatism sucks, but like pretty lights. And also, one other thing, I'm not 100% sure the finish, like the shininess of the cushion on your headphones. I'm not sure if it's like more of a spongy, which I would get that kind of texture from this kind of brush. So if you were going for spongy, then you absolutely got it here. But I do know a lot of the spongy material on headphones is covered usually in a kind of plasticky kind of thing. So if that is the case, then you'd want to make sure that you include like a little bit of color, well, not color, but like tonal variation. Just to imply that it's not pure black. It has some kind of reflection to it, if that's how it works. Also, one other note, this is just a slight inconsistency between both the headphones. This one looks really, really thick, while this one looks really, really thin. I'm not sure which one is which. But if they are on the thicker side, then you want to make sure that you get the feeling of the thickness on both sides. It's still going to be absolutely foreshortened here, so you're not going to see like as much of it. But I think you would see just a little more thickness than what you had, because it looks really, really thin here. However, if the opposite was true and they're actually like really, really thin and not like super thick, then you do like the opposite. And like thin this one down. But I do get the vibe that they are on the thicker side. Moira Raid, let's go! Let's go, let's go, let's go! Thank you, Mo. Welcome in. What were you doing? You were doing art? May I have art tags? May I have art tags? I would love to see art tags. I would be honored. I would love to see whatever you were working on. If you're down to share. And if you're not in a rush to go or anything.
Of course, let's go, let's go, let's go. We're gonna be eating good. I can't wait. I cannot wait to have the tastiest meal. But also, welcome in, Raiders. If anyone is curious what the fuck we're doing today, we're going over art homework. So every 2 weeks, I ask people to do a art exercise, and then they submit their art assignment, and then we go over it on stream, and I give them like little artsy tips and stuff. And yeah, so this is one of them. This was done by Mandarin, and this one was done by Sue earlier, and this one was done by Voluprum, and this one by Zavasa. And names are escaping me. What the fuck was your username again? Potato. It was Potato. Fuck. I'm so bad at remembering names. I'm so bad. I feel like I can remember people based on their art style more than I can their fucking name. Also, let me see the art text. Let me see. Dude, I love your style. Look at this. We love the boobs. We love booba. And we love big horn. This is so cute. And I love the thickness of your lines too. And your colors are also like really bold. I like good color. Let me see the second link too though, so I can have double trouble. Hey yo! Okay, chat is gonna fucking love this one. This is right up our fucking alley. Boobs. Yeah. These are sketch comms? Ah, I see. Fair. I do sketch comms sometimes. I have to catch up on a couple of my sketch comms. I'm a little behind. But I sometimes do sketch comms on stream. I don't do it all the time, but I do it sometimes. The text, I know the text is so fucking good. I love your shading though. Your shading is so fucking pretty, and I love how squishy you made the booba look. I love the finger interacting with it. It's such a good detail, and then the little like blushy too to make them look like really soft. And the highlight is so good. And the little Angie face. I love them. They both turned out so good, man. And I love this pose. This pose feels like so like fluid. Like we got the hand on the hip, we got the hand going up, we got the fingies spread. And then this one we have, I love that we have the part I really love about this is actually the composition, especially when paired with the text as well. Because we have not only this like following like rules of thirds, aka our eyes are like on this focus, and we also have a visual like contrast focus from the skin standing out from the like dark hair and stuff. But in addition to that, we also have the two hands pointing down this way, which also drags our focus to here. So we have like the contrast putting our focus here, we have the hands putting our focus here, and we have like rule of thirds putting our focus here. And it's so fucking good because you're just immediately gonna look here. You're gonna immediately look here, and then your eyes are gonna go up here, and then you're gonna go, fuck. They'll start here, go here, and like just kind of like a loop. It is such a good composition. I fucking love it, dude. Questioning why this artist is not a mangaka, really good at drawing. Being a mangaka is a bitch. Being a okay, if we're talking like actual traditional like mangaka, it's a bitch, dude. Generally you do not get paid much for a metric like fuck ton of work. Like unless you're like the big mangaka, then then you're probably getting good money. But other than that, mangaka is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Couldn't think of any other reason someone may look. Fair. Work for a game? Ooh, what kind of game do you work on? Are you allowed to share? Doing comics is a whole different skill. Absolutely is an entirely different skill, dude. Like comic work is it's even so different like from like just like regular illustration. COC2, what's COC2? I don't think I know it. I'm really bad with acronyms. NSFW? Oh, that makes sense. Your style is very NSFW coded. And I mean that in a compliment way. Don't put it up on your stream. I will not. I will absolutely, however, definitely go do a quick Google search and do a quick little peeky.
Corruption of Champions. Okay. I see. Oh, I see some fucking spicy characters, ayo. I might know what I'm looking into later. I like a good little spicy game. You're the main artist? That's so fucking cool, dude. That's so cool. Working on games is fucking sick, bro. I've always thought of like working on games, but I never like have because it's so much commitment. Like I've done like some like volunteer work for a game here and there, but that's about it. Actually, Clash of Clans. Could you imagine if it was Clash of Clans? Clash of Clans NSFW version. Just fell into it? Fair enough. Sometimes that happens, dude. Sometimes you're just like in the right place at the right time and someone like is like, hey, wanna do a thing? And you're like, sure, why the fuck not? And then like, lo and behold, you like have your new job ahead of you. And you're like, well, wasn't planning on this, but I ain't complaining. Sometimes it just happens. Also, thank you for the follow. Also, thank you as well, Coconut, for the follow. And thank you, Riley Bub, please. Thank you, both of you. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter, or Blue Sky or Patreon, all of those. And if you don't care about either of those, that's also okay. If you are interested in getting art feedback and stuff, I do art homeworky things every 2 weeks in the Discord. If you're not interested, that's so fine. But thank you for the art text and thank you so much for the raid, Mowo. I love eating up the good shit. Especially the big good shit, you know? You know. Make sure to drop more raids sometime. I would be honored, dude. I'll have to try to raid you back. I'll have to try to get revenge. I need to make sure I'm following you too. Okay, I am following. Good. I always worry that I'm like not following people. I always have to like triple check. Tend to do more work? Let's go! And you know, of course, feel free to get back to your work or go get food or go rest or whatever. You know, don't want to hold you hostage after the raid. But thank you again for the raid. Trying really hard to focus only on our eyes? It's difficult, man. It's difficult. A good artist will be able to play with your eyes and direct you where they want them to go. Never imagined I would be in the same chat as an artist I've been following for 5 years. Dude, I know the fucking feeling, dude. I know the fucking feeling. You wanna know why? Because sometimes I get followed by people that like I've looked up to for like ages and I'm like, and then I get a little blushy and I'm like, yuppie. Give a lurk, thank you. I appreciate it so much, Mowo. Good luck with your future work and good luck with the rest of the day or night or whatever fucking time it is for you. You need to start doing the homework. It's good exercise. It's good. It is good for brain. It's good to like challenge yourself to try and do things that you normally wouldn't do because it really like expands your like art knowledge. Like even just like tiny things that you didn't think like would help, it really does. Just like drawing like a variety of textures, a variety of materials, a variety of like, you know, soft things versus squished things or things in light versus dark lighting. Maybe that'll be your next assignment. Got me thinking. Can't art for my life. I'll always look up to great artists as a dev myself. I'm sure you can art. I'm sure you can art. You might not art as well as you maybe want to, but you can art. And it only takes a metric fuck ton of practice to get good. And I mean a metric fuck ton. It's hard. It's hard. However, if any of you want to learn art, and you're at the stage where like, I want to learn art, but I suck, do it. Just fucking draw, man. Just fucking draw. Just do it. Just make the art. You'll get better over time. Mandarin is a fucking perfect example. Mandarin started drawing like a couple months ago, and Mandarin is already doing so fucking good, dude. Mandarin drew this fucking spoon. It's a good fucking spoon. You just gotta practice. Don't be scared. I try to draw, but it's bad. I gotta hold your hand, brother. Okay? Listen to me. We're holding hands. Okay? I'm looking into your eyes. Okay? You're gonna suck. Okay? That's normal. Everyone sucks at art when they first start out. Everyone fucking sucks at art when they first start out. Don't keep the fact that you suck at art prevent you from doing art. You just need to practice. You're gonna suck at first. It's like the same as doing anything ever, okay? Literally anything ever. You want to learn to solder? Spoiler alert, you're going to suck at first. You want to learn to carve wood? Spoiler alert, you're going to suck at first and probably maybe cut your hand if you don't use proper technique. You want to paint? You're going to suck at first. You want to do math? You're going to suck at first. You did not come out of the fucking womb knowing how to add 2 plus 2. Someone told you 1 plus 1 equals 2, and you go 1 plus 1 equals 3, and they're like, no. 1 plus 1 equals 2, and you're like 1 plus 1 equals 4, and they're like, no. And you go 1 plus 1 equals 2, and they're like, yeah! Now you fucking get it! And then it's like, okay, if 1 plus 1 is 2, then what's 1 plus 1 plus 1? And then you're like 4, and they're like, no. And then you go 1 plus 1 is 2 plus 1, 3, and they're like, yeah! So you gotta treat art the same. You gotta start with baby steps. You're gonna suck. It's fine. Okay? You're gonna get better. You just have to keep at it. You have to keep making your mistakes. You have to keep fucking up your math before you can get good at it. Okay? I'm not Mandarin? I know. I was just saying Mandarin's art was a good example. But you can be! You can be! The only difference between you and Mandarin is that Mandarin is practicing a lot. Mandarin has been participating in my Discord and in the homeworks and getting feedback and listening to that feedback and then practicing more and then, just going through it, They improve. They perfect example. You can do it, man. You can fucking do it. You want to do it? Do it. The only difference between you and the idealized version of you that you have in your brain in like 10 years is that the person in your brain in 10 years actually did the fucking work behind it. If you don't do the fucking work, you're not going to get anywhere. That is just unfortunately a fact of life. It sucks. It's a harsh reality. I fucking hate it. I wish I could just magically be a fucking art god without putting in the effort. However, that's not how it works. I fucking wish it did. That's not how it works. So you just gotta try. You just gotta try and not be scared to fail because you're gonna fail, okay? Don't be scared of it. You're gonna fail. You're gonna fail a lot. It's gonna take a metric fuck ton of time. You're gonna fail a million fucking times, but every now and then you're gonna have little successes, and you have to focus on those successes, right? Like I was going over this, right? Let me turn off my couple of corrections. I don't have too much here. But like this is what it looked like before. So one of the advices I gave was that maybe you want to include like the line on the headphones here to imply that it's 3D, right? Just tiny things. However, just because I can offer a little bit of improvement doesn't mean what you already have isn't already good, right? There's always room to improve, but you just got to take baby steps. One thing at a time. One little thing at a time. Just one little thing. Like Mandarin should be very happy that they managed to notice this lovely little reflection in this funny little spoon, right? That's a good detail. That adds so much depth. Like if we remove that, if we remove this, look how much more boring it looks, right? It still looks kind of fine, but this, that's good shit. That's good shit right there. And like, of course I could like recommend, adding a little bit of darker darks in like I did like right here, right? And it's like, that doesn't mean that they did a bad job. That doesn't mean they failed. It just means you gotta focus on tiny successes and then improve on the things that you need to improve on. And that's how it go. That's how it go for anything you want to do in your life. Okay? We'll try for you. Of course. I am honored that you will try for me. And I hope to see some of art. I can't speak, dude. I hope to see some of your art in the Discord. No pressure to share though, because that's another thing I emphasize, okay? It's good, it's healthy to share your work with other people because it's also really nice to get like some feedback if you're looking for that. And it can just be nice to have like a good supportive art focused community. But you don't always have to share your things, okay? It can be very intimidating to share your things, and I totally understand that. However, it can be really nice when you're starting out just to keep your things to yourself when you're still like in that like shy phase. I encourage you to share, but if you want to keep it private, that is also totally fine. Because guess what? You can fail a million times in your own little sketchbook and no one will know. No one will fucking know, man. They won't see shit. Why fear failing if no one's gonna see? It's just you being too hard on yourself. So stop being too hard on yourself. Except that you are an imperfect human being who has things to learn. Because we all are. Sorry for the huge fucking tangent. Oh. But also, hi, Cry! I'm glad your PC arrived today. Let's go. And yes, I am still going. Not for too much longer, though. Not for too much longer. Da, 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 da. This is why we tell you you're a great motivator. I'm glad I can motivate people. I want to motivate people. Motivation is a fucking bitch, especially nowadays. It's fucking hard to motivate yourself to fucking do things. It's difficult, you know? You're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days, you're gonna have off days where you're somewhere in between. But if you want something, you have to fucking chase it. That is the only difference between you and someone who is good at something, okay? The only difference is that they actually did the thing. You're not gonna be good at the thing that you don't do. I wish I could be good at the things I don't do. But, you know, with practice does not come perfection, but it does bring improvement. Never aim for perfection, by the way. Fuck perfection. Perfection is fucking overrated. If you're aiming for perfection, you're aiming for something that doesn't fucking exist, and you're gonna fucking stress yourself out and probably burn yourself out. There's a very few couple types of people that thrive in that kind of environment when going for perfection, and you're probably not one of them. There's very few people that are like that. Most people, they settle for like 70 to 90% good. And they call it there. They don't chase that extra 10% because it's not usually fucking worth it. You absolutely can if you want to, but you know. Staying motivated for this year? Let's go. Let's go. I wish you all of the motivation, Cat. All the meowtivation. Wish to draw half as well as Blair. That's my goal now. Good luck, soldier. I believe in you. You can do it. You just gotta practice. That is it. That is it. That is literally all. The only thing that helps other than practice is getting some feedback. That's the only thing that helps like even more. Because feedback is really helpful because sometimes you can't really tell like what's off with your own stuff, and then someone else can like point it out and be like, hey, maybe your values are off, or maybe you should add some more texture, maybe you should use harsher lines or softer lines, and that kind of feedback is super fucking valuable. Which, luckily, my community is very art-focused, and we do like to help people out from time to time. It's never a guarantee, because anyone who does help anyone out, it is a volunteer thing. It's something we just do because we want to be a little nice and help someone out. It's not always expected, but sometimes you can get a little bit of feedback from people, and it's nice. It is good. We have a very, very good artsy supportive community, and I highly recommend joining the Discord and stuff. But also, if anyone doesn't want to join the Discord, also totally fair. Good night, guys. Have a good night, fears. Sleep well, sleep well. Rest up. May you not have nightmares. May you have nothing to fear. They can go for perfection in mind if they want, but over time they would not realize they would achieve more than perfection. They going for it would be more than they expect to be. Exactly. You learn a lot more by doing like mostly finished sketches that aren't like necessarily 100% touched up. I can phrase this better. I found in my personal experience that I learned a lot more doing quicker art and not refining it as much than I did with trying to make perfect things every single time. Obviously, I put more detail into like commission work because I'm getting paid for that shit, but when it was just like my own stuff, I would go quickly. If I had mistakes, you know, I'd touch up some simple ones, but if they weren't huge blaring mistakes, I'd usually just end up like leaving them and then move on to the next one, because I can make the next thing better than this thing. This thing doesn't need to be better than like my best piece ever, you know? You can just chill. You can have fun. You can make thing and make multiple thing, and making multiple thing will teach you more than making one thing. Because like if you spend a year, okay? If we spend a year drawing one really fucking good spoon, then you want to know what you learned? You learned how to draw one spoon in one direction, okay? That's what you learned over that year, right? However, if you learn to sketch like a tiny little spoon here, and you learn to draw, or you try to sketch like a jar or something, right? Even if we do like two sketches this year, then like we've learned how to draw a spoon in this position. Maybe not to the masterful point to this one, but we learned a little bit, and then we also learned a little bit about glass, and therefore we've learned 2 things, which is more than one thing. You know, you're gonna learn different things between the different projects, obviously, but variety is good. Challenge yourself. Draw the things you're bad at, because if you draw the things you're bad at, that's gonna make you even better, okay? You're gonna learn so much when you draw something you don't know how to draw. And use references, please use references. For the love of God, use fucking references. Have fun, doodle things, but if you want to take it seriously, use references. You don't have to take it seriously, but if you want to. 8 plus 0 equals 8008 though. True. We do like a good boob. Community first tip for drawing, add boobs to it. Always. You know, it's not gonna look right. Your spoon's not gonna look right until you add some nice little titties, you know? And, you know, make sure they're Twitch appropriate. We gotta give them a little bikini. But we do like our booba here. But yeah, and then let's see. I think another thing you might want to focus on monitoring. Sorry, I went on like a huge fucking tangent while going over your shit. Also, it's been 9 minutes, but also thank you, Lobo, for the follow. I was so lost in that tangent, dude. Of course, this is a Christian channel. Absolutely, only the absolute most Christian. You know, I was an altar girl. I was an altar girl when I was younger. I did help out the priest. I'm qualified, kind of. Happy to be here now. I'm happy you're here too. I hope to see you around much more. Gonna take a bath and go to sleep since it's 2 a.m. Enjoyed the stream and your advice was very helpful. So grateful for you. I'm glad I could give good advice. Thank you for hopping in, Kex. Have a good bath and have a good sleep. Sleep well. And wake up rested, because waking up rested is fucking goated. But yeah, one thing I would recommend monitoring is right now you're using a very textured brush, which can be good if you're going for like a very textured kind of style. But I would really recommend trying to work with either just like a pure like solid brush like this. Because this will get you a lot more confident with where to like put your like shadows and stuff. So I'd recommend either this or something with a little bit of opacity. Like something like this, where like if I lean harder, it gets darker and it can like layer it up. Because then with like that kind of thing, you can kind of combine it with like this and do like a weird amalgamation and get like really good shading in. And not that there's anything wrong with your brush. It's just something I would really recommend, because right now with this fuzzy texture, we get a lot of like white in here and a lot of like gray and stuff that wouldn't necessarily like exist in reality. Which again, we can also totally break reality. We can mess around with styles and stuff. But I think you would have a much easier time if you like filled it in with a solid color and then like took it from there. And the great thing is that like if you do want to add texture, like if I wanted to add this kind of like fuzzy texture to this, you can absolutely add that on at a later step and it'll be a lot easier to do it then. So like if we do like a soft noise texture, actually I'll leave the layer normal. But like if we wanted to have like this texture on it, let me just clip it. If we wanted this texture on it, we could either have it like pure like this, or we could like put it on like a like soft light layer, for example, and like mess around and add the texture after. It's a lot easier to texture things like at the end than it is to add the texture in at the beginning. But that's just a stylistic way you might want to try going about it. Just a little bit of advice. When I draw there's sparkles, there are. I have sparkly vibes. 1K points to go. What are you saving up for? Is it for VIP or is it for commission? Because the commission is temporarily closed right now. It will be back very soon. I just need to do some work before that. I need to catch up. Mother bought me a beanbag chair so now I can play my video games in my basement more comfortably. Let's go! Beanbag chairs are so comfy, dude. I fucking love them. I always wanted one growing up, but I never got one. I always wanted one though, because they're so nice to just like flop into and squish. Also, hello, Mari! Or Maru. Sorry, Marumi TV. Hello, hello, and welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those, and if you don't care about either of those, that's also okay, but welcome in. CS redeem, let's go, let's go. I know there's a couple of people saving up. It will be first come, first serve when they do open. So when they are open, you do not have to ask to claim it. You just go burr. You'll see it, you click it, and it is yours. Yeah, it's only temporarily closed. It's only temporarily closed. It will be back very soon. It will be back very, very soon. I just need to hop off my ass and get my commissions done. I need to do just 2 of the previous sketch redeems, and then I can do that one. So I'd say it's either gonna be back open either next stream or the stream after that, probably. Which does, to be fair, line up with when you'll have enough. Continue to grind, yeah. It will be back though, no worries, no worries. Made beanbag chairs before. They're messy work, but worth it. They're so comfy, dude. One VTuber I followed has a blue from Blue's Clues persona. Oh, that's so cute. Can you show an example of the sketch redeem? When is the last one I did one? Hold up, let me find one. I'll have to scroll through my Twitter for a second. I know I did one semi-recently-ish. This was one of the recent ones. So it's just like a quick little like full body sketch. Sometimes I'll include shading, sometimes I don't. It depends on my vibe. Usually I do end up including it because I think it looks better, but. Didn't think of something to say before typing. Big mood, dude. 14.2k for me. Let's go soon. Now I have to save for fun. You may. They are a little pricey. However, all you have to do is just lurk. You don't even have to participate in chat if you don't want to. I do not blame anyone if they just fucking lurk on my stream and don't say a single fucking word and just get a freebie art, man. I don't care. I do not, you know. You support me. It is my way of paying that back. Because a little lurk here and there means so much to me. You got, like, I love you guys when you do chat to me, you know? And I especially love when you guys do subbies or give me buddies, you know? I'm not gonna lie, do like that. However, I fucking love my lurkers, bro. Any of you guys who just toss me on in the background and don't say shit, I fucking love you guys so much. You guys make a big number go bigger, and then Twitch go, okay, yes, partner, and I go, yuppie. So thank you guys for lurking and everything. I appreciate you guys so much. Try to participate in chat because it's a good vibe place. I'm so glad it is. You know, I do appreciate when you guys do participate in chat. You know, I do love it. I love having my little combos with you guys. But like lurking is just like, thank you. Like it might seem so small to you guys sometimes, but like it means so much to the streamers. Like not just me. It means it to like literally everyone who fucking streams, man. Literally all, like everyone. Do you want to drop by and chill with that? Plus, not just your art, but your alluring voice that's getting to me, so it's a huge plus. Ah, thank you. I'm always so flattered when you guys like my voice. Ah. Happy to be here. Happy to have you. Love everything about here about Automod. Me too. The only reason I have Automod on at all is just to catch the very very rare occasion time that someone does say a slur that, you know, we don't approve of in chat, or they get like very gross and racist or something. That is the only reason it's there. But man, it is like 99.9% just fake ass flags. Oh, also bots. To be fair, bots are mostly controlled by Seribot. Seribot is really good with keeping the shit out. Always have you open in the background. If I see you on 6K away from being able to sketch for Dean twice. Hey, yo, let's go. Just always see the stream notification too late, so it's always gone. That's super fair, honestly. I'm so bad at like catching people. I'm so bad at catching like friends and stuff live. It's so tricky because like you have to have like your timings line up, and then you have to like see the notification and just oh, it's tricky. Is pee pee poo poo a bad word? Nah, you'll may pee pee poo poo to your heart's desire. We do not shame you for talking about bodily functions. Let's see. That is most of the feedback I wanted to give on homework shenanigans. So let me go see who else is up at the moment. Because I'm a hungry bitch and I want some good fucking food. Oh, Freem is streaming! Oh, but so is Remy. Oh, we'll probably raid Remy. I love Freem too, but we're gonna raid Remy instead because we also love Remy. When I can't decide between like two friends, I pick whoever has like the lower viewership. We will raid into Remy. Remy's art is so pretty. If you guys don't know Remy, she is such a huge fucking sweetheart, and she is like the reason you have the model before you, because she gave me an amazing fucking link to a great resource for like rigging and stuff, and I would still be fucking lost if it weren't for Remy. We love Remy. And her model is so cute and her rigging is so well done, dude. Thank you so much for streaming. Of course. I appreciate you too, Cry. Thank you so much for showing up, man. Thank you all of you for showing up. I literally would not be here if you guys didn't show up. You know, I would be streaming to no one and then I would be sad. But you guys make me so happy and I always appreciate your guys' support so much. All right. Let's get our raid started. We're gonna raid into Remy, who is wonderful and cute and an amazing fucking artist and super mega poggers. And thank you guys so much for joining me today. Remember to drink lots of water, eat lots of tasty food, do something nice for yourself or something nice for someone else. And thank you for the biddies and the subs and the lurking and the commenting and the yapping with me and everything. And let us go raid. Bye-bye.